what I'm finding, and it's kind of, I guess, a common sense observation, but an important one all the same, is that I'm noticing just how much of the Eastern philosophy is coming through in it. And that's obviously by and large down to the fact that you've been through going through all the yogic texts ahead of this third time round. But it's just coming through so much more pronounced now in here writing, even though it was always there. It was somehow there it was there between the lines almost before, but now it's really screaming out. And even though, you know, she starts the book off with the yoga of the West, somehow it wasn't as prominent before. This time round, it's there almost in equal measure with the Western tradition that she talks about.
So maybe our idea about the keys to the science being hidden, maybe our ideas are a bit incorrect. Maybe it wasn't hidden after all. Maybe it was just known only to those who were at a certain level. And with our Western minds, and even in American culture, we're always quick to assume the worst. Maybe it's our imaginations that got carried away to create these scapegoats and devils and Illuminatis saying that they're keeping this from us, etc., etc.
Yeah, I had a funny dream actually with you in, Trav.
Uh-oh.
It was actually a few days ago. I think it was, well, earlier in the start of the week, and I got to the.
You want me to make some more popcorn?
Yes.
I got into the chat an hour late. I'd set me alarm and put it on snooze and fell back asleep. And then when I woke up, it was about an hour or so into the reading, and I knew I'd have a dream with you in, but I couldn't remember what it was. But anyway, I just fell away. And then as you're going through the reading, about another hour or so into the reading, you said something called one or your housemates or something entered the room, and you had a slight conversation. And then you mentioned about your housemates saying about how she thought your room was a mess with all the books everywhere. And at that moment, the dream come back like a flash. And what had happened, I'd had a dream, or I'd had a couple of dreams, but one of them, one segment of this dream was I was at your place and I was saying to you, man, this place is a mess, Trav. And you turned around and went, well, look at your place. And by the way, I'm not late for the reading. And in that moment, I'd woke up and it was like, wow, what's just happened there? So it was almost, in hindsight, it's like you'd come into my dream space and told me to get to the reading. And like, but it was quite a comical setup. Do you know what I mean? It was very cinematic and stuff, but there was an element of comedy about it. So yeah, I just thought I'd share that. But it seems like, I don't know, I thought, was there maybe some kind of thought there? I don't know, but yeah. Bit of spooky logic going on, you know what I mean? Good.
Okay, can confirm on my side, I'm actually having a big deal with my roommate constantly complaining about all the books everywhere. That's a real thing that's happening right now.
Yeah, crazy, because it was you kind of retelling of that kind of situation. That straight away the whole dream come back, because I was Jordan reading. I was thinking, what was I dreaming about? I just knew you were in it, but I wasn't sure how, why, blah blah blah. And then as soon as you mentioned about your housemates, it just come back clear as day. I was just laughing about it, and I thought I was going to put it in the chat, and thought, you know what, sounds a bit stalkerish. I'll leave it till Thursday. No, there you go.
Wow. I love how when we dream and have each other in our dreams, sometimes the story is a bit strange, but there's symbols that are definitely accurate. And although the story might not be so accurate, it's the symbols that matter. The story is the linear progression of the dream, but the symbols, the visual symbols, that's the abstract portion of the dream. I think that's the real story.
Yeah, man. And the way something, just a word or something, you know, can basically is the key to recall, and it recall almost like when you know, with memory and smell or something, when you smell something, and it straight away, bam, you're back in that moment in the past, or that memory or something that you've maybe forgotten about. The fact that that happens with dream as well, or certainly did on this occasion, and as you talking about your housemate, it was like, it was instant. Do you know what I mean? For the last hour or so of sort of being awake, I was thinking, what was the dream? Travelers in it, but it just wasn't there. Do you know what I mean? And then as soon as this few words come out your mouth, it was like, poof, that was it. And like, it was, you know, could see it all in detail and everything. And I just wrote it down. So, yeah. And the other thing is that noticed as well that, you know, in this reading, the Unfortunes actually talking about dream work quite significantly as well as an access point. So yeah, it all makes sense. And again, that's almost like a signpost to say about this collective unconsciousness that you know, we as a group, we're doing it, we're keying into it.
Yeah.
Even if it's only on quite a, you know, an entry level, certainly there.
It's definitely something that I've noticed this time around. She is mentioning dream work a lot more frequently. And it's funny that that's actually what we've been doing here for the past couple of sessions. It's almost as if there's a natural progression, a natural flow to this art. Maybe there is an invisible guru. Maybe there's an inner guru. Maybe this Purusha we've learned about Purusha from a very objective standpoint, learning about what Purusha is. But maybe Purusha plays an even more significant role. We know from Sankhya, Purusha, the soul, doesn't do anything. It's just the observer. But what we know is that Prakriti reflects Purusha. Prakriti does what she sees in Purusha. She performs what Purusha is. So maybe the closer we get to that soul, we find that matter and reality performs in a specific way. And maybe that way can be tracked and traced, mapped. Patterns.
Hey Trav, I gotta get going, gotta get back to work. But before I leave, I just wanted to say it's life-changing for the better. So glad. You know, like I said, I was on depression medication before I met this group and got these books and got to studying for real. And it works out for me in my own way. Like, I don't catch a lot of the lives now, but after work I can go back and watch them. And it's like, it just works out for me. It's crazy how once I caught these patterns in Prakriti, I stopped it and just changed it another action. And that action led me down a whole nother path. So really understanding Prakriti changed the game for me on a molecular level. And now getting the understanding with it in Kabbalah, because now I look at the tree and I swear to God, it's not like I looked at it a month ago. I looked at it a month ago, like, what is this? But now, understanding the pillars and what's the left side and right side, and then the female and male, like, she really goes in on this book. And I'm retaining the information and I'm studying on it and I'm seeing it play out in real life. So hats off, hands down. It's priceless, but I gotta get going. Just wanted to say that.
Awesome. Very happy for you. I remember looking at that glyph of the tree and knowing that it was important, but not knowing why at all. So we've been doing a lot of group work with the dreams, right? We've been intentionally trying to dream together, essentially. And as I look at the study of the unconscious mind, I think I'm starting to see how such a thing might be possible. So Melissa, you gifted me this book, right? Revolutionary Psychology by Samuel Anwar.
I did.
Thank you.
Of course.
I cracked into it yesterday and I was finding some very interesting things. And it was really cool because I don't know if this happened to you guys before, but right after my meditation, I went to writing some notes, right? Based on having just a clear, settled mind. For me, that's usually the best time for me to start writing. And after I wrote about a page or so, I opened up that book and I saw pretty much exactly what I had received being reflected in this man's words. It's a pretty profound experience. But basically I was receiving the concept that the unconscious mind is vast and infinite. We're taught that the conscious mind is the most important thing, and the unconscious is like some kind of background program that's just there. It is, but it's also the primary program. It's the conscious mind that is the secondary program. And what he was saying in this book is a lot like what W.E. Butler was saying in Lords of Light. There's a chapter in Lords of Light where he talks about what they call walk-ins. Has anyone ever heard of that concept? Walk-ins? Spirits?
No.
Who said I have?
Me.
Okay. And usually when you think about walk-ins or when you hear about walk-ins, like what comes to mind for you?
A spirit that is just quickly coming in and just as quick leaving.
Yes.
I think they come in when you astral travel. I think they have to, like, have your body while you astral traveling, so your body. I used to think negative about.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys are right. Basically, the concept of walk-ins is that at a given time or so, you could say possessed. Basically, try not to think Hollywood. basically a spirit kind of enters you as a vessel and does whatever the pattern that it is performed through your body. So W. Butler talked about that in one of the chapters of Lords of Light. And basically what he was saying is that there are patterns that are attached to places, right? Say there might be an alley where a lot of bad things happen, right? Like I think one of the examples he used was like, say maybe in this alley there may have been a rape or a murder or something terrible like that. And statistically, just through the history of the city, the same type of event happens over and over in that alley. Or maybe there might be a house, right? People talk about haunted houses, maybe where somebody killed themselves or something like that. They say the energy is still present. And then you'll see fictionalized in these movies, the ghost is attached to that space. Sometimes it possesses the people, possesses the things. It's the antagonist. Well, his concept was basically that it's not just alleyways and it's not just haunted houses, but human beings have lived on every square inch of the earth for a very long time. So there's a lot of resonant energy and patterns that are attached to places. So he says, don't be too surprised if you find yourself feeling a compulsion to do something that you would normally do in a given situation or scenario, because that very well may be related to that concept of walk-ins. Whole reason I brought that up is because in this book, Revolutionary Psychology, he's talking about how the conscious mind is really a lot like a theater house, or what I wrote down was was a concert hall where an orchestra might come and play a symphony. The symphony being the multiple instruments, right? They're all playing one song, but at any given time, you can only focus on one instrument. So to wrap this all up, the conscious mind at any given moment is compelled by desires. We call that karma. So one day you might be hungry. One day you might be thirsty. One day you might want to go do this. One day you might want to go do that. We don't know where these desires are coming from. We just perform them. So what if that concept of walk-ins isn't just haunted houses and stuff? What if this is something that is happening every single day, every hour, every minute, every second, shifting between desire to desire to desire? Which one of them is you? Are any of them you?
Well, that actually makes sense only because I think of it as we're different to everybody that we see and meet. Like I gave an example to somebody I was talking to once, like when you would know, John, because you have a son. So when you go to school and parent-teacher conference and they're like, oh, so-and-so is like this and that and likes to do this. And you're like, who's this kid? Like, they're not like this at home. And then they're one way at school and they're another way at their grandparents. And then they're another way with their friends. So we're the same way. It's like we wear many masks for different reasons. We're not the same we are with our family as we are with our friends or coworkers or anything else. So it kind of makes sense in that respect. That's how I kind of just associate it with it, and that's how it makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect example, Grace. And you know, we can look at our children, right? And my son's a good kid. He would never do that. Yet there he is on camera doing whatever the hell he did. We're like that too.
I think
Yes.
you mentioned earlier on one of the readings, you were talking about pantheons and all these different gods or archetypes were just different limbs, expressions of the one God.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, you know, we are all. So, if you take the idea of, well, God created man in his own image, then we are ourselves expressions of everybody else, and vice versa. And we've all got the capacity to be good or bad, if you want to, look at it that way. But, that it's within us all. Humanity in its lightest or darkest forms is within us all. And it's funny. It reminds me almost, this is like a bit of a horror story, I suppose, but it reminds me of it's like an urban myth in my hometown about this ghost called the clown. Sounds very itish, I know, but it was basically a story where on this kind of abandoned railway track, there was a train crash back in the day or whenever, and this ghost was called the clown, and the ghost was made up of different people's limbs that had died in the crash. And that kind of urban myth, if you will, come back to me when you were talking about, you know, different limbs and whatnot, or expressions of the same thing. And it was like a good analogy, and it reminded me when I was thinking back about it, because this is way back, I was thinking that's kind of like Stephen King's It. But then if you look at it, and I'm sure it's not the only horror film to do it, but that entity, that force, whatever it is, takes on, you know, it manifests itself in all different forms to different people. And we were also talking about, at some points, you know, Goetia and evocation and whatnot, and how them kind of energies present themselves to different people. And they express themselves in all kinds of animalistic and humanoid and what's the word I'm looking for? Anthropomorphical forms.
Yeah.
And they're all different expressions of every expression we can grasp in a way. Because if they appeared as something else, we wouldn't know. You know what I mean? We couldn't perceive or comprehend it enough to take the, you know, it comes back to this symbolic language. And I think just getting it back to where we were, if we are, you know, sort of expressions of everything else around us, then everything else around us does have a symbolic meaning as well.
Yes, it makes me think about the unmanifest. It's almost as if, because when I think about the relationship between Prakriti and Purusha, I think of layers, degrees, right? It's not just Prakriti, Purusha. The closer to the unknown, I think because it is undefined, it appears terrifying. It can appear terrifying, I'll put it that way. And I think that's why in a lot of these mythologies, a lot of these primordial influences of the world, of the human race, etc., is shown as something terrifying. Eresh Kigal, Tiamat, a lot of these old ones, right? These ancient primordial, the Titans and all this other stuff, they're depicted as terrible. And I think what that is because we don't have anything modern to compare it to. And I feel that when you're able to get that close to Doth, I think that's why it can be so terrifying, because we've never seen anything like that before.
Reminds me of Bobby Hemmett, where he said, like, he was holding up all these old deities like Ahriman, Pazuzu, and Set. He said, you know, the reason why they were depicted in this way is because they were pretty much too powerful for the average person to really work with. And as you elaborated now, it's so beyond which, like, we could conceive of. Like, it's beyond comprehension. So they got to put a dog face on it or something.
Yeah. And what the hell is Set?
There's like a aardvark dog donkey.
Are there even aardvarks in Egypt?
And they probably had them back in the day, but
yeah.
So, Travis, I wanted to understand. If this was what this is. My interpretation of a walk-in, based on the experience that I've had. I've had times in my life where I'd be in a conversation or a situation, and something other than my consciousness would speak, it feels so normal and natural, like I'm communicating, but what's being said and what's being communicated is beyond me. Or some the first that I experienced this and remembered and could recognize that it was something different than myself, was was a very long time ago with my son's father, my eldest son's father. And I don't know, I just clearly recognize that that conversation led to him being here on this earth, period. And so it was a big thing. And there were other times in my life that, you know, I'm not sure. I mean, then I would not have known what a higher self was or any of those things during most of these experiences. But there's been times where something other than myself has said the right words, done the right thing, come in, you know, just in a moment. And I literally would be saying whatever is being said. And inside I'm like, what's going on here?
Yeah. Okay.
I've also had it the other way too. I just did this to my husband a couple nights ago. I got him going in a conversation, asking him questions, and I knew very well that I was pulling on a similar energy from him, you know, getting wisdom. But I knew that it was that kind of interaction as well. And I'm able to pull that out of him and certain people, you know?
Yes, yes. So I think it's important to make a distinction here. When I speak of walk-ins, I think what I'm talking about is coming from a level that's closer to Prakriti. Because walk-ins, the way that Butler describes them and the way that I've experienced them, are more related to patterns, right? Like he mentioned, being in certain places, you get a certain vibe. Like I do not like going into Walmart, and other people feel this way too. When you go into Walmart, it's like a specific vibe, right? And sometimes I think if you're an appropriate vessel, that vibe can echo itself through you. I think that's what a walk-in is, right? That's on this side. Now, if we go to this side, closer to Purusha, I think what you're actually talking about is closer to channeling, like what Tiana said in the chat, or what we would call channeling. And I think the difference here is that on one hand, what's using us, in a matter of words, is something that isn't really full of life. A different type of life, something that is just mindless, collective unconscious. And I think that what you're talking about and what I've experienced on a daily basis, because that's one of the things that I do in my meditation, is I guess try to attract that voice so that I can have a conversation with it. I think that's coming from a more subtle degree of this walk-in activity.
That goes into what was talked about in mystical Kabbalah and what you kind of alluded to with the mantras. Like we're taking influence down through these, and then but when our sephiras, or let's just say on the level of Asaya, if our mundane chakras are all fucked up, then there could be a pure subtle essence coming down. But as it goes through these from Bina on down to the rest, there's vices. So as it goes through these each individual node, you know, if there's grime, if there's attachment, if there's density in each one of these things, then it gets corrupted by each layer of density that may be in the sephira.
That makes perfect sense. So maybe the intent of what's happening is the same, and maybe the difference is the state you're in or the filters that you're using at any given time to interpret the intent.
I think as well that, you know, when you walk into, like you mentioned about Walmart there or whatever, you know, when you walk into a space and you pick up on like a real heavy energy, and maybe it's being generated by a person or a group of people, and you go, whoa, you can cut the atmosphere with a knife, as people say.
Yeah.
So you get that vibe from the living. There's no reason why you can't get that vibe from the dead also, and it's the weight of the trauma that's kept that energy locked in that specific alleyway or house or whatever, and that energy is just kind of going round in cycles, not knowing how to get out, so yeah.
Oh, okay. So you said that energy going around in cycles, not able to get out, right? That brings to image the serpent locked underneath Doth or Ouroboros, because it can't transcend because it hasn't learned enough or it hasn't been refined enough, which makes me also think about what they were saying about these elementals. It's our duty. I mean, I guess we can do it if we want to, but we educate these elementals so that they can transcend to the next level and become angels, archangels, maybe humans, who knows? NPCs.
So are they asuras then?
Are they asuras trying to become devas?
Well, they got to become human first.
Or come through a human first. Oh,
just
boy.
A giant bus. But all the elementals hopping on us.
We don't know what the hell this reality is.
It reminds me of that, the Sadhguru. I remember listening to one of his talks, and he was talking about being in a state of samadhi in the forest or whatever, somewhere in rural India. And when he come out of it and opened his eyes, there was a few cobras around the vicinity. And he was basically saying they were attracted to that pure vibe or that divine feeling that he was in, and they all radiated towards him because they're wanting to transcend too. And he basically made a joke of it, and he said, "I told them, no free ride here, my friend." But yeah, totally. I think that the light, and this is like a sort of, I've heard this many times as well. The lighter your star shines, if you like, or the brighter your light shines, the more attracted the moths are to you.
Yeah.
Parasites, whatever you want to call them,
That goes into he's well-known in Necronomicon space, the YouTuber called Magicology. He actually had some courses on Udemy, and they were on sale, so I got a few of them. And then he describes, like, the path workings and the 50 names that when you're working with these forces, you kind of, not only are you tapping into like their level, their playing field, but to all the other things on the other side, you're just bright lights. And that's why you have the phenomena of, things may fall off your bookshelf or your lights may flicker, those types of things, because you're actually attracting all sorts of, again, as we know now, forces that are just trying to get a free ride, for better or worse. We just give it the horror movie filter of it, but homie could just be trying to, upgrade his consciousness.
Will that apply to spiders too?
and then you've got like you're going to have sort of the idea of walkings, I guess, would become higher in frequency, almost like a doctor's surgery in winter,
And that's funny that you say that too, because in the Agora books, there was kind of like I guess the Doctor Who's Alive Now calls it the miracle, where he started believing the Agora mentioned in the book, to where there was a kid who like he knew his stuff like textbook, but he couldn't do the surgery because he was too nervous. And then Milanda in the books describes, like, he just told the kid, just go in there, don't worry about it. And he describes like that he went to the cemetery and kind of called up like this expert, the spirit of some expert surgeon who kind of did the surgery. And then when the kid was doing the surgery, it was more like he was perfect, precise. He didn't really think about it. And then when, like, no one really realized it until it was all over.
Doesn't that sound a lot like when we talk about what's a good way to say it? The anchor and tapping into a heroic trance state, right? When you need a push or a boost to perform a certain task, maybe there's something that you can do or say to yourself that would unlock a certain version of yourself that's more than capable.
Well, your friend Bandler, you know, he talks about, in a very basic way, he talks about, well, if you don't know how to do something, ask somebody that does. You know, sort of converse with an expert and find out how they learned their skill. Do you know what I mean? And that relates almost to, you know, the exercise of, you know, assuming the God form. You know, sort of put yourself in that state of greatness in order to complete the task successfully. You know, because you're going to have a damn better chance at doing what you're trying to do successfully with that added confidence, you know.
So, I've heard of something similar with tapping into your ancestors. So like if you say, you know, you have an ancestor who you know was a card reader, was really good at tarot, and you want to do it, like you tap into that ancestral energy to become that person, that ancestor, to channel that energy and that talent to you so you could learn it. So it's almost the same thing, really.
I tapped into that today.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, I did a NLP routine, so to say, which dealt with memories from before you were born to when you die. And I've been experimenting having a whole lot of fun. And then I started just today. There's one particular ancestor who had passed, and so I said, you know, why don't I just literally keep the DNA of all like the productive stuff, and whatever I don't need, I'll just, you know, I'll throw that in the little routine and clear it out and reprogram it. But that was it.
Yeah, what comes to mind for me just then was, you know, you talk about there's nothing new under the sun, yeah, and then you know, everything's been done before, you know, so in this collective consciousness, you know, all skill levels are available to us through learning, because everything's already been learned before and taught before. And you think, well, okay, where did them original teachings come from? And them original teachings come from sitting down and being quiet and pulling, you know, sort of divinity down, and having that, you know, penny drop moments where, okay, so this is how we build the bridge, or this is how we this is how we make fire, you know. And even though we take these things for granted now, these are works of wonder. You know, some of the structures that we've built and whatnot over time, it's, you know, that is what we call magic, you know, because it started off as an idea, a thought, an action, an intention, and there it is, it's manifest through a bit of elbow grease. And I think it's so tapping in to them different energies, or like you say, DNA. That's all available to all of us. You can, it sounds cheesy, but it's so true. You know, it's only a cliche because it's true, but if you put your mind to it, you can do anything.
Yeah, and that's what William G. Gray talks about Yasad. Like, if you want to learn a particular skill that's already been done before, you work with the Yasad energy. And that's each, like, Yasad deities have been those who give the gift, who, like Dagon, emerge from the sea or the unconscious to give the gift to people. And, you know, the quote unquote gifts are the skills. If you want to be a musician, a woodworker, whatever, like, you could tap into Yasad, the storehouse of images or the storehouse of algorithms, and you just, you know, pick the one that you want to tap into and just ride along that string. But of course, with, you know, the occult information, you're able to do that more on a calculated and consistent basis.
And I think as well, you know, because people call, you know, if somebody is naturally skilled at something, you know, people tend to call it, you know, a gift. You're gifted at this particular thing or whatever. And I think when you practice them things and there's that repetition and you're creating that pattern of doing something every day and doing it passionately, you know, you're generating the light inside you, almost like a dynamo. And I think that's true whether it's a martial artist or a bricklayer. You know, if you're good at what you do, or you practice enough and become so good at it, then that action, regardless of how mundane it might seem, you're generating, you know, you're sending that light back up the tree. You know, you're sending that light back up the middle path. So yeah. There's nothing wrong with being humble, you know.
Right. And that's our goal. And we engage upon the tree, like our main, when you start breaking down the information. So like when you get started, this will be our seat, Yasad. And of course, that's what we were just talking about. And later it starts becoming Tifereth, and we gotta, like you said, we're gonna send the light back up the tree. And something that kind of clicked in my memory, I've been thinking about it recently too, was in I'm not sure which piece of media it was, but there was a piece of Star Wars media where it was like, you know, you don't have to have cool powers to tap into the Force. You just got to tap into your passions. And of course, when we work on our passions, we could spend, you know, blink of an eye, 9 hours are gone like that. And we've ended up with some of the best work we've ever touched.
I'm still stuck on storehouse of algorithms. I think I might have to steal that.
So do you think it's the same thing, like when you have generations of your family that may be good at like one thing? You're like, you know, generations of carpenters, generations of this or that talent, and then one of them goes off and does something different. Do you think that's kind of like the same energy pattern going through?
Yeah, like the same root. You know, as we know, like that initial impulse that makes someone do something can be veiled, it can be covered, it can be forgotten, but it like the more you engage in whatever activity evolves out of it, it'll only be strengthened. So as you said, we're getting generations of carpenters, and then one goes off and becomes a soccer player. Like, it's still coming from that same root, that same source that made the people or that made that family become carpenters in the first place. It's like a different expression.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like, I don't know, that just popped in my head. I saw, like, you know, how they have generations of family members being in the military or in the police or, you know, firemen, stuff like that. And then one goes off and does something totally off left field.
Mm-hmm.
And like, are they breaking that pattern? You know what I mean? Like,
so look, it's more karmic, right? We talk about these soul contracts and these generational curses and stuff like that. When you have these type of patterns where my great grandfather was in the army and my grandfather served in the army and my dad served in the army, so I'm going to serve in the army. That's a contract. You choose to do that, and that's karmic. So maybe what happens, and this might be a justified guess, but maybe when that contract has been fulfilled, the next generation doesn't have to continue in that path. We naturally feel like, I knew as a kid, look, I'm not doing that. I know that's what you did and that's what your dad did. No offense, but I'm really not going to do that. There was something deep that was just saying, this is not for me. They didn't feel that. They felt the opposite. This is all that's left. That's deeply karmic.
yeah, that's like a really deep groove in there.
My
And you're
mom
right.
did this.
Yeah,
My
you're
grandma
right. You're
did
like,
this.
you have that one that's like, I have a strong pull not to do that, and that's breaking that karmic pattern.
Yeah.
Oh man, I was about to bring the mask out. I mean, it shows that there's an algorithm there.
Yeah.
I think you guys talking about, like, someone said mask, someone said horror film, so I have to bring the mask out.
Yeah. That's what my cousin did, man. He had that black Naruto clan robe and that Oogie Boogie mask, and he went into the mirror and did his deep meditation.
Yeah.
Hey.
This is a mask I use for the identity by design.
Okay. I love it. I love it. We when we bridge on the unconscious versus the conscious mind, the closer we get to the closer we get to the unconscious, it's so unfamiliar as to be terrifying. Some of us love that feeling. I remember the first time doing shrooms, and I had some bad trips, but every time it's like, I'm never doing this again. And then moments later, when's the next time can I do this? I could never explain that, but there's something deep within some of us that the same way that I said, I'm not going to follow in the footsteps of these other generations, that same conviction was also saying, even though this is scary, I want some more.
Yeah.
Horror movies.
Why do we love horror movies? Previously, we talked about this whole monkey see, monkey do, right? In the book Influence, monkey see, monkey do is an incredible influencer of everybody. We look at stuff and we envision ourselves being in that place. So why do we want to watch a masked man in the woods chasing people down at a walking pace? Why do we go back to the theaters to see that over and over and over again? And buy the posters? Maybe buy the mask?
Cognitive dissonance. You know, you break the pattern for you and get to look above, you know, the veil or whatever, or break through, look behind the curtain. Okay, there's more. There's more. Give me some more of that more.
So fear is a channel, a gateway.
Sinestro.
I mean, I like on it. I like scaring people with it too. Like my family. Like I have another scream mask, and I haven't done it in a while. But like I would like scare the shit out of them. Like
Oh, easily scared people. After a while, you got to kind of think maybe they like it. Some people are easily spooked, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they like it.
In a few weeks, we're all going to be sat here with masks on.
Yeah. I tried to bring it on a few months ago. That was my demiurge mask, and I lost it for like a cool minute. And I just found it last night.
Ooh.
The first time I was just looking at the live stream, like, what the hell?
It's a lot of people in the Zoom.
Possibly. So
Missing a couple though.
yeah. What's going on, Jason?
What's up, my brother?
Living the dream, as they say.
Power to the people who want to travel.
Uh-oh. Somebody's found my secret.
I know this a redundant question. I know you been getting all the questions in the world about the I hate to get off topic, but however, about the shadow work class.
Uh-oh. I think I might have missed the question about the shadow work class.
Yeah, that's all. That was it.
Oh, as far as like when?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the goal is to begin in a week.
I heard that week. I heard that week about 2-3 times at least.
That's true. I keep adding stuff to it, man. I keep adding stuff to it.
I got you. Can't rush perfection sometimes.
What's going to be the cost? Trav? What's going to be the cost?
Oh, well, for the early bird special, it's going to be $150, and that's going to be between, I guess, now and when it releases. After that, it will not be.
It's still a live class?
I have to send you. I have to send you this video, Trap. Matter of fact, it was something I was studying on economics. Actually, I know I'm totally off topic. However, we have a product, and we're confident in our product, but we don't know how to get the money. And I'm only saying it, and I'm saying this as one of your consumers as well. You got to get the money, bro. I mean, it all makes sense to get the money because you give more than enough. I mean, I think everyone can agree that you give more than enough for the couple $100 or whatever, couple dollars. I mean, you get more than enough. I mean, you exceed the expectation tremendously. From my personal experience, I've been rocking on a couple $300-400 for a whole year and a half. I mean, I've been rocking on that for quite some time. That's more than worth a couple dollars.
Trav, how long is the shadow work class? Like, how many weeks is the shadow work class?
I'm going through a different model this time. It's going to be 4 modules as opposed to like a certain number of weeks. Because honestly, what I learned from Durana Darshan and initiation into Hermetics, this kind of work is really go at your own pace. Because you might hit something in that first module and be working on that for a while. So I tried to delineate it into 4 modules, ranging from the inner child and then eventually ending up to the ideal self. So it's going to start at the beginning and move to the present and then project into the future. And also, I know that a lot of people, sometimes hit a roadblock in the beginning and got to wait it out. So a lot of the juice is going to be in that inner child module. Because I don't want people to miss out. In the chat, Caesar says, that's not what I'm eating today. We eat MC Maestro every day. What does that mean?
Means I spread my elementals. Get a mouthful of maestro parasites.
So yeah, the study of light, the study of the shadow is really analyzing the patterns that have been automatically running in your warehouse for longer than you can remember. And even as Andy said earlier, like memory is truly state dependent. Sometimes we think even with our dreams, like we wake up and we remember it vividly and it slowly shrinks and dissolves away and you don't remember anything. And then later on that day, a word, something that you see, triggers the whole thing. All of memory is like that. We just don't always connect the dots between our triggers and the result. Most triggers are automatic, but we can also create triggers. I mean, nothing's to stop us from actually making a gesture or a trigger or something like that that would activate our memory of our dreams or whatever we want to do.
I made that one. I actually, I looked at more images of the deity I was working with, and that was its mudra.
Hmm. Speaking of deities, as a side note, there's a show that came out a few years ago, relatively recently. It's based in India. It's called My Friend Ganesh. Has anyone heard of that show? It might be interesting to watch. Because what I was thinking was like, oh, okay, so the human race kind of sucked at making movies based on video games and comic books. But then budgets were increased, effects got better, and now we've got the Avengers, da da da. So it's like, oh yeah, the technology has increased, so now we can see comics the way that they were meant to be seen. But what if it ain't about that? Now they're actually making TV shows, and they're on like the 1,000th episode of the Hindu mythology, right? Ganesh, Vishnu, Shiva, and you see it with, I mean, it might not be like Lucas style effects, but modern special effects. So I'm wondering, maybe it isn't about the comics coming to life. Maybe these gods, right? The mythology, maybe it's coming to a point now. Maybe we've evolved now to where we can truly perceive these gods in the way that they that would be most effective. My Friend Ganesh. Now, honestly, the English translation is only on episode 6, but there's dubbed if you like to read. You guys watch anime.
That was another medium for that too. All of it's just pretty much Hindu deities. They're just given, the same colors and like the same archetypes.
Remember that song called Video Kill the Radio Star?
Yeah.
So say like, VFX saved Jesus Christ. So you've got, you know, like sort of narrative magic. You've got like sort of new media and technology sort of revitalizing these mythologies or religions, you know, to bring them, because, you know, I suppose, you know, churches are closing everywhere and whatnot, but, you know, they start bringing like sort of films, narratives with all kinds of Christian mythology back then, I'm sure the numbers would go on the rise again. You know, it's like sort of some kind of infotainment type of thing, but with a religious slant on it, you know, and that stuff works deep on people.
If they did it right, non-Christians would watch.
Yeah. And who's to say they don't change up the symbols anyway? But the underlying essence is there, you know, working the message through.
Got
Regardless
some,
of what
my aunt and uncle are like super hardcore, like by the book Christians. And so their kids, a lot younger than me, like they have all the streaming services, but they can't watch like they can't watch Power Rangers, Mystic Force. They can't watch like Harry Potter and whatnot until like I see them just watching regular, no matter like if it's a kid's cartoon or like a movie or something. I started to realize like I was a lot more relieved at the time. I was okay, they are getting the same message. It's just a lot more dense and packaged. Like the seed's still there, but it's like how you could go to the store and buy the seeds with like extra coating on them. They're getting a whole lot of other stuff with it too, but you know, it still has a chance to express.
Yeah. In my strange studies, I went to study about Old Country Buffet. Like I really wanted to know what the deal was. And you know, there's a few videos out about how these buffets were doomed from the start. The business model just didn't work out. Most of the money went to buying all that damn food, right? You pay a certain price and you could choose to get that lame ass spaghetti or a juicy steak, right? Obviously going to go for the steak. So they're paying more, but they're selling it all at one price. Doomed from the start. And on top of all that, the sanitary concerns, which we never addressed. But anyways, one of the factors that added to the decline of buffets was that church attendance has been dropping significantly. Because usually, and I've been experienced with this, after church, you go to the buffet, right? That's the American thing. That was one of the biggest factors that kept buffets going. But because attendance at church has been dropping significantly, even before COVID, most people ain't really doing the buffet thing. And then, of course, a lot of people got E. coli and all this other stuff from touching all the handles and sneezing on the food. But anyways, where was I going with that? Christians. Yeah, that was it. So the reduction of attending church, that space still needs to be filled, right? If you've been going to church all your life, you still have a space for experiencing what you consider spirituality. And with the wide open internet now, right? And also with learning about how the mind works and other things like that, there's so many different channels that lead away from Christianity. So many different channels that lead away from Christianity. And that's, I think, why a lot of these hardcore by the book Christians don't like their kids to watch certain shows, right? It's not that Power Rangers is evil, but some of these concepts, if you follow, will help you to see life differently. And that's what people who like, well, you know, Christians and other groups who like to have their members very tightly corralled, that's the biggest fear, is showing their members other options. That's the enemy to them.
And then also, peace. It also opened up a door. We asked questions, and they came to explain the questions we asked. Yeah. Oh, where did you learn that from? Oh, TV show. Oh, well, don't worry about that.
Cut that off.
Put the 10 Commandments back on.
Right.
It's crazy.
I think where they really get people is not so much the message, because I feel like people already know the message, or just hearing it over and over again. So I mean, like, we've all experienced some kind of church, right? And how often does the message change? It's just repackaged. But I think where they get everyone is the whole sense of fellowship, and how you gather together, and they really stress fellowship. They have prayer meetings, and youth groups, and men's church and women's church study throughout the week. And it's like, how often are you learning anything? Because you're going to church almost like 7 days a week. But is it really because you want to feel part of a group? And I think that's where they're tapping in to people, is people want to feel a part of something. And the whole energy of church is almost like an egregor, or if that's how you say it, how the Super Bowl, people get all amped up for the Super Bowl, or any other big kind of event like that. The energy builds and builds and builds. So it's almost like they're feeding off that energy and keeping you there for the fellowship, but they're feeding off the energy. I don't know if that makes sense.
Makes absolute sense. That you're exactly right.
Back in the day, maybe 10 years ago, maybe longer than that, but YouTube was first starting to pay people out, and I wanted to do that so bad. And then, parental rules, whatever, I couldn't. But the thing I saw, which I don't even think people reached 1 million yet, so this was like 100,000s. What I saw with the 100,000 subscribed people did was that they would start, hey guys, today we're going to, and then they would, make a name for their subscribers. And it was all about the community. Now it's a given, so much so that you don't even notice it. But that used to be game. But the reason why certain things can't go away, like social media, is because they tap on the very primal drive of community.
So if we follow that train of thought, a very intelligent mode of behavior would be to study the primal influences or the primal needs of the human egregor, because they're universal. We all have those desires. It might not manifest as church, it might manifest as something else, but the desire is still there. Did you catch the game last night? Still hot out there?
Yeah, exactly. Like the whole water cooler, in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, how was your weekend? Oh, we did this. Or when you ask somebody, how you feeling? Oh, my back hurts. And then somebody over here is, oh, I got that surgery. Everybody has something to connect to. And because they all want to feel that connection.
Oh. And then here we are tapped into this reptile brain, wanting to avoid the small talk, not understanding that these people just want some love. Go give the small talk to the people in the coffee break room.
That's it. I mean, what's the subtext of the small talk? What's going on behind the small talk? Is it a one for connection, or is it I've got to speak to this person? Or what's going on underneath them kind of idle words?
And okay, so again, that's kind of what separates. I think that is one of the things that would separate one from just that primal need to belong, is analyzing what's happening. Because just like you said, it's more than just wanting to belong to a group. There's influences behind that. Some people want to feel acknowledged. Some people want to have it reflected that they're important. Some people want sympathy, right? Some people want you to know how much power they have. There's a whole list of these basic needs that everybody exhibits. It would be wise to study them.
It's all psychology. Everything is psychology. Because you notice, like you said, someone wants to feel power. Somebody wants to feel that they, they're talented in one area. They want to be the treasurer, or somebody wants to be captain of the football team. And somebody has the personality for it, and somebody else doesn't have the personality for it, but they have like the ones that don't fit in, quote unquote, that are always pinpointed as the outsider or the rogue. They're the ones that think deeper beyond the small talk. It's everything is psychology.
I love it so much.
It is. It's fascinating. Like I can't even look at an ad or listen to a commercial or see a commercial without thinking the psychology of it and breaking it down.
Right. And I think for our type of people, whatever the hell that is, that's what we're supposed to do. Whenever I'm scrolling and I see an ad and I'm like, ooh, I gotta have this, and I click on the link and I go through all the words and I buy it, before I click that buy button, I backtrack. Not so that I don't buy it, but to analyze what got under my skin, right? Because there's some ads like they're like, hey, buy my stuff, and they're like, get out of here. But some ads hit now. Bam! I saw an ad today, and it was like two rich dudes laughing, and it was like when everyone is posting content 24/7, and you're laughing because you got Insta famous in 48 hours, right? And then there's a little story about how this dude learned this system to get followers online. I clicked that link and went through the whole story, and I was at the buy now button, and then I was like, wait a minute now, what part of this attracted my attention? Okay, it wasn't the sales page, because I was ready to buy before I even read this. I went back to the ad and I saw the subtle nuances, the picture that was chosen, the 5 words that were on the image. It happens like that.
Yeah. Is it kind of like the shiny object syndrome, whatever they call it? Like, you see that and it just attracts you instantly, but then when you stop yourself and then you think, okay, why? What is the reason behind me wanting it?
Right.
When they say, if only I could bottle that feeling, I'd be a millionaire type of thing. Well, when you were talking earlier about going into Walmart and there's almost like a walk-in energy that occurs, but then an ad, if you watch an ad for Walmart, I'm sure that the essence of that vibe comes flooding back to you on some level. And I think so you can bottle a feeling, you can capture something and put it out there and trigger people into, I want that burger, I want that soft drink, whatever it may be. Wouldn't I look good in that car? You're tapping into them primal desires that we all have, and it's all about feeding the ego or about, I could be better with them jeans. I would be a better man if I had a pair of them jeans, yeah.
If I could anchor that feeling, if I could bottle that feeling, I'd be a millionaire, right? Imagine that, creating an anchor, a bottle of feelings that's primal, that hardly anyone could resist. Goodness gracious, maybe that's how people become millionaires.
Well, do you remember the De Beers commercials for the diamond? How popular they were for the engagement rings? It was like, it would just show like a silhouette of the couple, and it was just De Beers would be at the end. I don't know if anybody remembers, but it was just like, that was like, it tapped into a feeling. All advertisement does, because it's tapping into, like you said, that primal feeling of, it's the algorithm God.
Mm-mm-mm. If only there were ways to learn that science. Tee. I don't remember the De Beers one, but I
You
do
don't
remember
remember
one. I don't remember the De Beers. I remember Every Kiss Begins with K. That didn't really work on me because that's not my type of personality. What I do remember is those board games and the action figures in like the late 90s, early 2000s. As a kid, because here's the thing, they were geniuses. They didn't target the parents, they targeted the kids, right? Crossfire, you remember that commercial of Crossfire? Man, that thing was so epic. And they're sitting there playing the game, and there's like people behind them cheering. There's explosions, and that dude hit that high note. Crossfire! I had to have it. I begged my parents for that game based off the commercial alone, right? Most adults can't resist their own impulses, let alone the impulses of their children. Genius marketing. Crossfire.
That's why those Coke commercials don't work no more.
Oh, nope. But there's other factors too. So with Coke, there's not a sense of community.
Right.
Right. With McDonald's, I'm loving it. Like they try so hard, like showing like most of the commercials that I've seen from McDonald's in the past couple of years, it's like just black people eating chicken and smiling.
But you know what? That's so funny because I don't know if anybody else used to watch it, but Soul Train on the weekends, like on Saturday, their commercials were very specific, and it was always McDonald's commercials.
Oh man.
Always.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah. That shit is like just it's psychology to the core.
They get a free pass. Diversity.
Yeah. And see, you identify with that. Oh, I'm about affirmative action and diversity and Black Lives Matter. I see this black person eating chicken and he's got it from McDonald's and he's loving it. I need it too.
That's how they came up on the Popeyes commercial. They put the black lady on there. Yeah, and everybody was going crazy over the chicken sandwiches.
Right.
That's why they call soap operas because do you use the expression in the States, soap operas?
Yeah, or stories.
So in between, because essentially it's the commercial campaigns in between the TV programs that fund the programming in the first place. You know, so soap operas, they were funded predominantly by like sort of washing powder and, you know, detergents and all. So in between the soap operas, you'd have these block of adverts that are essentially appealing to, you know, the mums in the family who do the washing and the cleaning and everything, and they love soap operas, you know. So yeah, there's definitely a method in the magic. You know, it's nothing's by accident there.
That was like high Eisenhower era, like when they had all the like Operation Paperclip and all that. So they had all basically the scientists who had really took centuries of this stuff, put it on paper what worked. And then it's like when you got the modern age of marketing was the Eisenhower his political campaign. And after that with TVs or the silver screen when it comes out, now that same propaganda style stuff is not only on the programs, but in between, they get you like hyped up during the program. And then in between they got the commercial break. So now the marketers who used to work in some type of government office now taking all the secrets. Okay, I'm gonna work for this corporation here. The corporation pushes it out.
It's like, you know, you say, what is we've been saying, the catchphrase, see the game last night? So I'm sure whenever the Super Bowl's on, or whether it's Champions League or whatever, there's some kind of sport and televised sport events, you know, you've got all kind of Budweiser adverts and whatnot because, yeah, you know, sales are going to go up because, hey, the game's on, let's get a crate of beer.
Yes.
Whatever, you know.
I used to only watch the Super Bowl for the Doritos commercials.
And with that positive affinity towards Doritos like that, I'm sure you didn't hesitate whenever the walk-in struck you at the local gas station to pick a bag up.
I don't know. Matter of fact, school had them for the longest, so like it's pretty much unlimited. I was happy to be eating it.
So then advertising campaigns are creating egregores, which actually, can create a walk-in type of scenario into your psyche every time you walk past the gas station.
Yes.
I did like gas station convenience stores, slowly but surely they've been also adopting mascots. What's a mascot besides a literal servitor?
Right.
Trav,
And we
the song, I forgot what song it was, but I saw it in the morning, and then I was driving to school, and then like I started singing a song, and I'm like, "What song is this?" So I googled the lyrics, and it was the song you posted on your the "Smells Like Nirvana" or "Smells Like Teen Spirit."
Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't know that I knew the lyrics to that song, and I realized it like 20 minutes after.
The unconscious mind is a hell of a machine, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's where the money's at.
Because that's where the attachment's at.
Mm-hmm.
But wise that is funny. These gas stations now all have mascots. Not all, but many. If not a mascot, they definitely have a sigil.
Mm-hmm.
And it's usually something very universal. The closest gas station to me, the sigil is a sun rising. So it's got like the land and half the sun coming up with the rays beaming out. That speaks to anybody. Nobody doesn't have a meaning to that. I put my own meaning to it since I'm gonna pass it every day. If I gotta see this, I'm going to define it. You don't get to have that authority in my mind.
Or as Andy gave a few days ago, like to pretty much sigilize your whole town, like all the streets and stuff.
Yes.
I see how you ended up in Dubai, man. That's like some master level shit.
Dubai's built on that kind of thinking as well, man. You got a metropolis that's literally sprouted out of the desert in 50 years.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine a metropolis that sprouted out of a desert. It's the magician's, the mage's duty to terraform Prakriti. Even if that includes creating a metropolis out of the desert.
I think as well, I mean, it's a very, even though you could look at it in a couple of ways, you could say, oh, well, it's a soulless place. It's got, it's manufactured. It's all man-made. And, what isn't man-made, outside of nature type of thing. But the other way to look at it, it's very inspiring to see something so new and so prolific. And, they have the biggest of everything here, the biggest skyscraper, the biggest bridge, the biggest Ferris wheel. It's got to be the biggest. It's got to be, you know what I mean? And so it becomes absurd in a way, but still it's very inspiring as a magician to, break limitations, say, well, anything is possible. I need to widen my net here. And that ain't a bad thing for magicians. But they've got they've modeled the place on America without doubt, this idea of, the American dream type of thing is definitely alive and kicking in Dubai. That, there's things you can do here. You can go and knock on the door of a CEO of a company here and he'll invite you in if you've got an idea that he's interested in. Whereas in the UK, it would take, you'd have to go through all kinds of gatekeepers and red tape and probably not even get a meeting. The attitude's totally different here. It's very open and, you know, let's work together. It's very collaborative. And, you know, don't get me wrong, people go under as fast as they rise, but still the opportunity's there. And it's not in a lot of other places I've been.
Don't try that shit in America. Walk up to a CEO in America, you want to.
Well, there's ways to do it. You just have to walk to their tune. We saw someone try to fake it. What's her face from Serenos? She was using trickster energy to try to walk with his said level of people. That didn't work. But there's there's plenty of success stories where people just, as I say, I changed my mindset. They changed the way they talk. They changed the way they dress. What they really did was tap into an algorithm of a big business person. And to where they could just approach, and like it could be a CEO. You approach, you could be homeless, but they automatically, like, being that you're in that algorithm, they're automatically going to assume like, oh man, yeah, I'm surprised you weren't here before me.
That walk in a whole business convention you know nothing about, and you come out with millions of dollars worth of business offers.
Might try that tomorrow then.
I gave that to a friend who he's working like where they ship film equipment out, and he's like, I'm scared of the boss, like I don't want to ask him too many questions. I just say it like, hey, just approach him like in your head, create the psychodrama that you're in a cocktail party and you're approaching him as a friend. And then he texts me the next day, he's like, dude, this guy just gave me hella information, the whole game.
You know where I learned that from? Game. Basically, when these books of psychology that talk about how to approach females and stuff like that, it's a mindset shift. You can't walk up to no attractive female with desperate, funky ass energy. No. No. You gotta adjust your mindset to, I mean, of course, you don't know this woman, but in your mind, if you can get up to where you can see yourself as being a partner with this person, maybe, just maybe, you'll hit the right buttons. But you're not going to get it being selfish. So this not only applies to business and relationships, this just applies to life in general. If we can master this art of the walk-in, of possession, of channeling, if we can master that art, we can really be what we need to be. Or we can let the patterns rule us. I mean, really, it's up to the individual.
Snyder talks about like most men when they approach females, they come with the mindset that she's the prize. So but basically he reverses that, and he says it to men and women. But basically, it's like you have to approach with mindset that you're the prize.
Kevin Samuels did that, but he got hate for it. But his whole like, if you watch, but if you watch like the actual, not the clips, but the full 3-hour videos, like that first half, he would just drop game. I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't messing with Kabbalah, because he would drop like thorough layers of game, like on so much subtle levels, like how to even approach, how to reinvent yourself, and as Amar says, see yourself as the prize. These are like switches and nodes behind the exterior of the machine that, it's, of course, it's not going to be taught to you. You got to go hunt after it. But once you do walk, again, you walk like a businessman, talk like a businessman. You got the suit. It could be a cheap suit. Hell, you just got to have the walk. This is how con artists work so perfectly. They just embody like the feeling that you would get from a certain person and the image that you have of a certain person. Golden.
We could even call it congruence.
Works. Maestro was there when I met.
So what?
I said you were there when I met Tiff. Yeah, he was there.
That was a master level play. Could have ran against Trump with that.
I think also adding on to these ideas of, sort of take on, project that success, or, take on that form of that, take on that energy, embody that energy that, you are on the same level, you are playing on higher levels and able to break the deal or get the meeting or get the girl, whatever it is. I think the same as, you can do it another way as well, by planting the seed, planting the image of the outcome of the situation inside of you. Imagine digesting that thing. So if you're eating breakfast, what you're eating is the actual fabric of the makings of that success for that day. That thing's growing, that thing's percolating, that thing is fermenting inside of you. So all of your genealogy, if you will, is expressing this idea.
Every cell of you.
Franz Barden?
That sounds like some initiation of hermetics to me.
It works.
Drinking the cup full of water that has been spiritized.
Well, that's it. I mean, I'm sure we've had that conversation before where, where you put the different labels on the water bottles, one's love, one's hate, and you put it in the freezer and then get them back out and put them under the microscope. And obviously the one that's hate is all chaotic and broken and fractured. But the love bottle is symmetrical, whatever, and great, pretty patterns. Same is true, when we were doing the dream ritual with the water, okay, so that intention could be anything you like. Okay, tonight I'm going to get that girl. It's it mightn't work all the time, but yeah.
And in college, I had a Dr. Strange water bottle, like sigils plastered all over it. That was probably the best weapon ever.
Yes. One thing I'd like to point out about that is, so writing hate on a bottle of water and writing love on a bottle of water, without deep thought, one would believe that just the words on the bottle is what causes the molecular structure to change. But what I'm willing to suggest is that by us placing the label on that water, we also produce an intent that we project as well. That's what changes the structure of the thing that we observe. When I write hate on that bottle of water, my intent went in there. It wasn't the words. And when I put love on that bottle, my intent went in there. So if it works and it's provable and repeatable in a laboratory that consciousness affects matter, how can you continue to label your reality the way that you do? Or I should ask the question, are you satisfied with how you've labeled your reality?
And I think, when you go into stuff like saying negative self-talk, where I'm not good enough, or I'm selfish, or I shouldn't have done that, and then you get back into the realms of, well, what trauma haven't you addressed yet? Regardless of how subtle or insignificant it might come out in yourself, it's still there. And I mean, and it goes back, shadow work, the need for shadow work and shadow work. I don't see it ever stopping, because as you get older, as you have a bigger sphere of influence, you experience more things, you meet more people come into your life and whatnot. All them situations have the potential to trigger something you can't even remember, because it's so far back in your ancestral tract.
I tell a friend, he was like, for a little bit, he was hung up on what the actual incident was of a certain behavior, but months went by, couldn't find it. And that's where I recommended, hey, at a certain point, all you can do is change the behavior. Because you could just walk by a red pen or a chocolate bar, and it's going to bring up something totally unrelated that's been compounded for years. If you're not going to take the self-aware path, then, you know, or two paths to it. You self-aware, like you put everything out of the table, you break yourself down damn near to the atom, and or, you know, you change the behavior or find ways to change the behavior through symbolism, repetition, and trauma, which is really changing your the components that you have from the universal unconscious. You're just switching out the pieces.
And I think Bandler, or I know Bandler talks about in the book that like you don't have to remember all the trauma that happened. So like our minds are protected for a reason. And there's techniques where you don't have to remember, so your mind knows what it is and you have a symbol for it. And you filter through that symbol. So like you don't have to remember the traumatic moment.
Yeah, I think even Chase Hughes talks about how you like how your memories are oftentimes false anyway, so you can manipulate.
Yes, the memories, and I heard somewhere else, or I read somewhere else also, that every time we access that memory, I think you cut out.
Oh shit! Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. No, like I was hearing Chase Hughes talk about how most of the memories are false memories anyway, so you can use symbology of what you do remember and then replace that symbology with something else. So like, for example, a clown on your 8th birthday party, you may not have had a clown, but now a symbol of a clown is going to stick in your head when you think of a child's birthday party. So like those little things you can do to, like, I remember him talking about that as well. Like basically replacing the symbols that you have for what you've perceived this memory as.
You could actually replace a memory with an actual entity. But I'm gonna go into that a little further.
Yeah, all our memories are false in the sense of that they're constructed.
Oh man. So if you follow that train of thought, you know what I'm saying. What was earlier today? What was this morning? What was 5 minutes ago?
The thought experiment, like the earth was created 3 days ago, and the animals and like the life on earth was designed 2 days ago, and the history or the lore was invented yesterday along with your memories, and then you woke up.
Has anybody ever got confused on their memories? Like, you know, you try to, your damnedest to remember something, and then you was trying to remember if you did it or didn't do it, you know what I mean? And you really, really could not figure it out. I mean, hell, I've been there and actually had to call some people up and was like, hey, what the hell actually happened? And it was totally not what I thought had happened. So you never know.
You could use that to your benefit. You didn't have to grow up rich, but
yeah. But yeah, those memories, man, they can be distorted, you know?
Yes.
Yeah, especially with like hypnosis, with it goes into like, so clients go into like past lives. And then even at the Snyder seminar, when he talked about past lives, like people want to know like if it's real. So if I'm saying I had a past life experience in hypnosis, blah, 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 is that real? And basically his answer was that it doesn't matter if it's real, because if it's real or fake, it's both metaphorical. So like if I recall a past life of me being like alien, or I'm like an alien from Mars, like, is that real? I don't know, but that could be metaphorical for like me being alienated in childhood. So if they get the result from the past life being that, then like that's what you roll with.
giving some away my secrets, man.
Good. We can seed it into the collective unconscious because it only does good. It only does good. The people need to know. Or not.
It'll be there for those that pick it up.
Right.
When we get to the next stage, and if someone else starts reading the hard books or Golden Dawn books in the future, Like, oh man, if you go on the YouTube archives, there's this guy named Travis Mages who used to do this.
So in a way, I'm really just a category, a symbol. What's a good word? There's a word for it.
Icon. Icon.
Maybe. There's a word, aggregator, maybe. Someone that collects a lot of the same things, I suppose. But anyways, this type of concept exists in the non-physical realms as well, right? This is how symbols and sigils work. We focus on that symbol, but what we find on the other side of that symbol is a collection of information that goes back as far as whoever worked with it. And I don't even think it's limited to who worked with it. I just think there's a collection of data and information. That's how this whole thing is structured. That's why I continue to use the metaphor of the unconscious mind as an Amazon warehouse, because we know that Amazon's like the biggest thing ever. You can buy whatever you want and get it in 2 days. Like, that's magic right there. So in our minds, most of us don't work at Amazon. So at least what I see is I go on my phone, I type something in, there's this big ass warehouse with everything in it. Somebody takes it off the shelf and ships it to me. The unconscious mind is a lot like that. Everything that we want is there, but it's symbolized, it's labeled, it's tagged, and you have to order it. Now, if you got a flip phone, you're not going to be able to really use Amazon as fluently as someone with an iPhone. So it's not Amazon that's fucked up. It's not the warehouse that's fucked up. You got to make sure that your access to the warehouse is smooth and efficient. Don't blame Amazon. Don't blame Jeff Bezos. He's doing God's work. What are you doing?
Yeah, but
No,
you got to
man,
have
it's
that
Jeff
shit.
Bezos and the oligarchy, man. They're against us.
Yeah, you got to use that sigil called a dollar bill.
You didn't even use those higher class people as yantras to get where you want.
Hey.
Hey.
Like, here's a bag of marbles, right? Each marble I have like 20 plus logarithmic of my power. There's a hole in the bag right now, and you're shaking the bag.
But if you zoom out the frame, Maestro, you'll find that bag is within an even bigger bag full of bags with holes in them. And the more that those bags shake, all the marbles are collected into the bigger bag.
Come on. Got to rule the world somehow.
I mean, what I learned is that even if you like, because like as Trav gives out a lot of information, but like if people aren't at that level to receive it, it's like they won't hear it even if you're saying it. Like,
yeah. That's another reason why I stopped being so apprehensive about spilling the secrets. I still am a little bit, because we all love mystery. And also, I like to vet some information before I just say, hey, everybody get this book because it's so cool. And I only read the first chapter. That's amateur behavior. But yeah.
Yeah, because when you constantly keep saying there's other books, then you never finish to read the actually book, you know what I mean?
That too. But also, it should be remembered that this information is endless. Like, there's not like 5 books on a like. Do you know how many tantras there are? Last night, I found that there's a yoni tantra. There's a whole tantra about how to worship the vagina. Literally, there's a yoni tantra. Look it up. I was reading it last night. It's pretty cool. But that was based on this video that seems to be circulating by Claire Nocti about Bharani. And, she talks about that particular slice of existence and how cool. Oh my God, look, if you could master the knowledge of how psychology works in the unconscious mind and persuasion and influence, and then also Kabbalah and yoga and how to work with these cosmic energies and these internal energies. And on the other side, understand how Vedic astrology is lined up, you'll see that those 28 slices called nakshatras, those represent 28 characters, right? Just like we got 72 poetic spirits. Each and every one of us is a type of spirit. That's a combination of these influences. That's why Bharani people behave like Bharani. That's why Rohini people behave like Rohini. That's why you behave like your sign. It's not like, oh, I believe I'm a Gemini, so I'm a Gemini. I don't believe in that shit. I'm the 13th. I transcend all that. No, you don't. Right? So if we learn to understand these subtle influences, God knows what could be possible.
Terraforming of Prakriti, pure knowledge of it. You're outside of it. You're in creative mode at that point.
I'm not a Gemini anymore. I've transcended the zodiac. I belong to Kether. Raziel has no influence on me. I am Metatron. Melchizedek. Yet I still have to go work and take a piss.
I was just thinking about how they say that, like in the, trying to remember, but essentially, like the ego is also a part of the identity of the is the identity of the God form. So, like I've been thinking about that recently, like how can I necessarily identify with Kether or with, you know, these powerful deities and recognizing them as myself without the identification, right? Because once we apply identification, it's the ego.
I think it's an automatic process. I do. The more that I'm studying, the more I'm starting to see that we automatically embody these influences in combination at any given time. Because if we take the metaphor of falling down the tree in a lightning bolt pattern, we had to touch each one of them. Coming down that tree, I had to slap hands with Raziel. What's up, Kamael, Zadkiel, Zafkiel, Gabriel? Damn, Gabriel, that means I have to get a body. So when we hit that ground, we're almost like the megazord in Power Rangers. The leg is the mammoth or the blue triceratops, and we're a combination of all these pieces. So
Has
I
this
think
been a Frankenstein's monster?
Uh-oh.
Darth Vader?
What our personalities actually are is a combination of those forces in different degrees. And maybe what we're trying to do in perfecting ourselves is trying to tap into the subtle, in specific essences, the sattvic essences.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're trying to understand the expression of nature, or how we are the expression of nature.
Yes.
And so the deepest level, and that's where I've been sitting with, like, how to experience this subtle level. I mean, I think you're right. It just happens automatically because it's already a part of your nature, part of nature.
Even people who don't work with self-help or the occult, even the sleepy ones. Did you watch the game last night? Everybody automatically exhibits these influences, right?
Mm-hmm.
A really cool part of that video from Claire Nocti when she was talking about Bharani is how one of the characteristics and patterns that Bharani plays out is seeking revenge, and specific revenge, right? Specifically, like gaining access to the yoni without permission, right? So we see like Kill Bill and Old Boy and the American Old Boy and all those other movies that she gave as examples. And when you watch them, you're like, how can this woman, right, who just got out of a coma or whatever, sit here and slice up all these trained ninjas? Well, symbolically, what it represents is because they're so tapped into their essence, whatever particular one it is, they got the power of the universe behind them. They got the shakti behind. That's how you get the shakti, when you come into alignment with what that power actually represents.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we do our part in.
So that's what suffers.
Maybe we do our part in accessing that whatever specific energy, by coming into as close alignment with it as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So is that why we get associations for each sphere on the tree, so that we can maintain connectivity with it at all times, like Ophio was talking about way back then?
That sounds pretty clever.
I was mentioning before about whether you're, whether you're a martial artist or whether you're a bricklayer. You know, if you practice something long enough, you will automatically end up in that flow state doing what you're doing. And when you become aware of that flow state, then again, you know, you can bottle that. You can take a snapshot of it and apply it to other endeavors in that mindset. And I think, you know, it's a beautiful thing, because, and again, you can trigger that. Okay, I'm gonna take that feeling and I'm gonna associate it with a certain mudra or a piece of clothing or something. You know, you can charge, you know, your physical body with that feeling, or you can charge a piece of a material thing, a prop, and everything. Every time you want to go back to that place, in terms of what situation you're about to walk into, if you're walking into that situation in that flow state remnants, that's a good place to be for me. Yeah.
And you need Ahamkara for that. I feel like Ahamkara is getting a bad rap.
Yeah. Because nothing is an enemy, you know. It's not like any of it's bad. It's just how the energy, or is how the life force is manipulating itself.
Because like you need a ego to experience. I feel like, I mean, just the word experience implies or presumes.
You need a vessel.
Right.
You need a bottle, or carve out associations.
Right.
Which is done on the left-hand side of the tree. Oh, to which too? I don't think it's like, haven't seen it written in the book as far as my memory goes, but I'm starting to see that like each pillar itself also has a tree inside of it. Or like each pillar as a tree itself. So there is a tamasic tree, which we call a plefa. There is a rajasic tree and there is a balanced tree, but it's all within the tree itself.
Yeah. They would have to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
Teehee.
That's interesting. So, sorry. But Veronica, were you going to say something? No. Okay, I'm tripping.
Who's next? Go.
I was going to say, I wonder how that would play out, because then those trees, right? If there's another little tree to represent how this is sattvic or something like that, and how this is rajasic, they're going to also have to intertwine with each other, right?
Which the tree does. Mm-hmm.
I think so the really cool thing about works like the mystical Kabbalah is that there's a lot of things that she says, but there's a lot of stuff that she hints at, and there's a lot of stuff that's unsaid. And the unsaid stuff comes from our previous study. So when we read what she's saying, we automatically have these ideas. Nowhere in that book is she talking about Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. We bring that based on our previous studies. So we kind of see in between the lines. The pillars themselves indicate that there has to be a Rajasic tree, Tamasic tree, and Sattvic tree. Especially if every Sephirah has a tree within it. But the cool thing about that is just recognizing how Prakriti is truly a pattern replicating machine. Everything is about patterns here. If you want to win, adopt a winning pattern. Funnel hack. Excuse me, model. Want to lose? Then have a losing pattern. Like there's no space here where you got to cry and complain and blame and like there's literally no room for any of that. You don't have to do. If you don't like it, change it. You don't have to
It's
suffer. You
already
don't have to suffer. You
there.
don't have to suffer.
Like everything's literally at your disposal. And if you believe anyone is keeping you from that, then you kept from everything, damn it.
Yeah, just like you can grow new limbs of the tree, you can also cut off old limbs of the tree because it's self-regenerating, but it's self-regenerating with the intention that you're giving it.
Is this why they used to chop and guide bonsai trees as a form of discipline?
Totally.
You guys ever go to work and like in the small talk next to the cooler, as Grace said, or in the coffee room, you got these certain groups of people that talk about the same stuff every single day. And among that conversation is just the complaints about the manager or the customers or the job or the hours. They didn't schedule me enough hours this week. Like it's always the same complaints. I think that complaining like that, especially repetitively, is truly an outward sign of powerlessness. Because you would do something about it if you had the power to, right? Our intention, like, and again, this is what I've also learned from the study of psychology. All behavior has good intentions. It really does. The unconscious mind is really trying to help you. The intentions are good, but it's the behavior that manifests as problematic. So that means no one is a bad person. No one is a bad person, not really. But the behavior might suck terribly. The intentions are good, though. They're complaining because they want to be happy, and they're not happy, and they're trying to express it the best way they know how to. They don't know how to fix it, but they know how to complain. But that's also admitting defeat.
Yeah. It's like you could have all the things at your disposal as well, but it also comes down to the identity. Like, say if you got like all this information we've been studying, but you still identify with someone who, I forgot the word you used, but let's say the victim mindset, or you identify as someone who is powerless unconsciously, then like no matter what you think you got, you're still going to be in the same place. And I think that's cracked like the mystery of the intellectual triangle. So you have like the seers and the armchairs and stuff, but these are people with it's not talking bad, again, it's an algorithm, or it's an algorithm of still identifying with matter, having some juice, but ultimately where the attention is still on matter itself.
A lot of people find the identity. That's a big key right there. How do you identify? A lot of people don't really do well with affirmations and positive visualization because the identity they carry. I've talked with a lot of people to help with how to visualize properly. And one of the things that I find is that, okay, there's a difference from how I do it and how you do it. And this is all about modeling, right? So I had to learn my process, learn her process, and then see where the difference lies. I'm getting these results because I process this way and identify with this. You're getting results this way because you identify with that. And what I come to find is that when I project into the future, I'm looking from an angle of it's obviously possible. There's nothing to stop me. She's looking from an angle of today I can't do that. So tomorrow I probably can't do that. She's bringing her current self into the future, right? So, hey, you want to make a bunch of money and have a life that you're happy with, et cetera, et cetera. In her mind, she's thinking, well, I don't have the resources right now to do that, so it's not possible. But the difference is I'm not thinking from this perspective right now. I know from a higher level, and Amar, you sent me a page of something that touches on this, right? the lucky person. From my perspective, I'm open. I know it's going to happen. I don't know how, but I know it is. From her perspective, I can't do it today. What do you identify with? Your limitations or the possibilities?
Or take it back to what Mar just brought up, the Ahamkara. What's the Ahamkara looking like? Is it cracked? Is it shambly? Is it dirty? Now, it could still be clean, but what's also in it? Doo-doo water? Or, some high quality processed Fiji water.
Dookie water.
I'm going to keep nailing that because I feel like that's important. It's been a plague of humanity since its dawn, and it manifests in different forms now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you have the I forget how exactly like Snyder words it, but you have to become the person who deserves to have what you say you want. So basically, like by definition, you can't be who you are like right now.
Or as Niran Janananda says, if you knew some absolute truth, you'd be living it.
Mm-hmm. What do you say? You cannot help but be what you believe. You cannot help but become what you believe.
If you knew truth, you would live that. My truth.
My truth.
It's going well for you.
I like deities are supposed to be ladders to get you to that.
Deities as ladders to get you to where you're trying to go. The word that I used before is resources. Sometimes we don't even know the resources that we need. And I think this is where spirits really help, because we're trusting the unconscious. What I've learned yesterday in my meditation was that these mantras and these yantras are almost like the moon, right? You can look up and see the full moon, but there's another side of that moon that's black that you don't ever see. But it still influences me, right? So likewise with these mantras and these yantras, there's the front facing is the actual mantra and yantra, but there's another side of it that I don't see. But when I make that connection, I'm influenced, just like the tides are pulled by the full moon. The same thing also happens with these spirits that we work with. Sometimes we don't know how to get what we want, but maybe something else does.
Natural.
And that's exactly what I'm doing. I literally just worked with coming back with my team, Lily, last night, because certain things I don't see working just in the basics. I'm like, that's it, fuck it. I'm calling Lily.
Yes.
So I called Lily last night. Successful. Bam. Something will activate something. I'm like, that's it. Yeah, I find it pretty interesting that you mentioned that.
That's why I fuck with Venom so much. Like,
wouldn't it be so cool if we could sigilize everything, if we could insoul everything? Maybe that's how we actually give life to these elementals, is by assigning a purpose to them.
So one might even call it a legion.
That's why animals love me so much, because I love them. How do I love them? Because I let them know how incredibly awesome they are. I don't say stupid dog and kick it. What are you saying to yourself when you do that? But when you look at something that really is just, it's life. It doesn't matter if it's an insect or any other type of inferior being. It's still life. And how you treat that life is a reflection of how you treat yourself.
I think as well, I've mentioned sometimes about servitors, and when you breathe life into something, you give it a power. So I know, Trav, you used to call your computer Maxine or something like this, but when you give, even just like household objects around you, you give them a name, you give them a personality, okay? So, okay, that kettle over there, I'm going to call it whatever, I'm going to call it Kevin the Kettle, right? And Kevin the Kettle, he boils the best water, right? It makes the perfect cup of tea or the perfect cup of coffee, And if you start it, and that's almost a way of sigilizing through words, you're sigilizing an object to bring it to serve you a particular thing,
Yes. I'll have to grab the book because there's a chapter in the Gold Book where he basically says all occultists and wizards and psychologists know that words have power. And when we assign something a meaning with words, we're giving it power. I love that. I remember being as a kid thinking my toilet was alive.
When you name something, you bring it to life. And when you name something, you bring it to existence. And when you describe it, you bring it to life.
Isn't that giving it an Ahamkara and a cheetah?
Didn't somebody famous do that? Like as soon as they woke up, didn't like God tell them to like go out and name all the beasts of the field and didn't somebody, who was that? Was that Samael? No, what's his name? Adam, that's it. Damn, so that was the first action that God charged a human being to do.
Adam was the first magician also, wasn't he?
That's right.
They ain't ready for that.
In the garden, doing what he's supposed to do. He knows his assignment.
There's a
chilling in absolute.
In the Hebrew tradition, he was the first Kabbalist.
And in the Hebrew tradition, it talks about how he received the book from Raziel, or was it Metatron?
There's several certain schools do Raziel. I've seen some do. Yeah, I've seen Metatron, I've seen Eophiel, and I've seen Kamael as well.
Okay. Okay. And that it makes sense because those different schools are probably dedicated to that specific sphere of the tree.
That's just about to say.
Different chapters of the same book.
Different chapters of the same book.
Or different so a 10-part book, pretty much. Go over here, you get the Kether chapter, then you got to go to Raziel, you got to get the Chokmah chapter, you got to go over here, get the Bina chapter.
A bit like mystical Kabbalah.
Yes, sir. Could this be the book that Adam got?
It is said.
So what?
Kabbalah, like the meaning of Kabbalah is to receive.
You have the clean cup.
Clean red cup.
No holes.
Give me that. Straddle lasagna? Give me that.
God damn it.
So rude. He was just trying to establish rapport. That guy didn't, he wasn't having it.
But even that's like modern day elemental work as well. That's a calling. That's someone's elemental speaking to you saying, discipline me.
Yes, it's true.
You said about using servitors to discipline them because whenever I make one, I did basically was describing both Tawashudi and Agora to actually do Tawashudi on the object. And we know with or in my personal experience, I met someone who was fairly accurate in seership. I didn't believe them, or in clairvoyance, I didn't believe them for shit, but they were breaking down what my servitors did, and I didn't tell them at all. And this was at the height of the first round of inner light activation. So it was I could tell your energy is very organized. So with the LBRP, and taught with Shooty and the other things in the course. Got to pay for it. Like that reflects on what we do. Like in taught with Shooty, your Shooty reflects in your actions. So when you make your servitors, they also reflect. So how disciplined you are with your taught with Shooty and how disciplined you are with your personal elementals is how basically that servitor is going to function. It has 5 layers of disciplined elementals working for you.
5 layers of disciplined elementals working for you. The energy body organized. That's a really cool way to put it, right? Because for you to have gone through this work and do it repeatedly, it organizes your energy and keeps you organized. Whereas people who don't do this kind of work have a chaotic energy that manifests in a chaotic life, chaotic behaviors, good intentions that express themselves chaotically.
They had a show, was it Chaotica? They turned into monsters.
And I might even want to rephrase that. Maybe not even chaos. It's more discord.
Right. Or no, like no beneficial order.
When I think
we like if we when we destruct our servitors at a certain point, who's not to say like the first place it goes is to incarnate, because we have to send it back out into the universe. So what's that talking about? It's talking about sending the stuff back up.
Oh shit. Okay.
So go ahead.
When we work with these spirits and we're taught after we're done, we should banish them. Well, think about it. Like Dion says in this book, we didn't get to that chapter yet, but she says that when force has been disciplined into a form, the form may break, but that discipline stays. So truly, when we create servitors to do things for us and with us, even if we banish them, Trav, do I have to burn the sigil or flush it down the toilet? It doesn't matter. But what happens is when we get rid of it, when we burn it or whatever, it's now released to continue its education elsewhere. Really cool.
And to add on to that, we know from William G. Gray that Kether is actually the primordial mixings of pretty much the blank state elements. So we banished our servitors, we obliterate them in the universe, get sent back up, gets more refined essences, the blank state stuff, but now it has our discipline, gets sent back down the street. Someone's baby's born on the other side of the world who, if we're using Andrew's elemental, then that kid's probably really good at making tea.
So it would kind of make sense in games like, say, Pokemon, where you might catch this Pokemon and it might be at level 3 Pidgey, level 3 Rattata, right? But the more that we use it and work with it, it levels up, it gains experience, and it learns new moves. Hell, it might even evolve into something bigger and greater. You don't catch a Raichu in the wild. You have to catch a Pikachu and use the Thunderstone. You have to teach it moves.
I think as well, I mean, this is a little bit tangential, but you think of a library and a book. Let's say Mystical Kabbalah, and Mystical Kabbalah is on the shelf of this library, and it's been there since the 60s or 50s or whatever, and that book has been out on loan so many times, and so many, and it's been read by so many different people in that one community, and every time the book comes back, it gets maybe sandwiched between 2 other different books because the previous books that were next to it have been loaned out now. All this energy is contained in these objects, and is all kind of integrating itself to some extent. So that's kind of a bit of an analogy for what we're talking about here, that this energy builds and builds, and every time new attention is brought to it, it evolves, it grows somewhere else. It has new keys to offer us.
I think that would apply for stones and crystals as well, right? Because we work with certain crystals and then we lose them. Oh, that was my favorite rock. It goes somewhere else. Some little kid picks it up. Somebody else has it and is working with it now with the force that you put on it. Non-attachment. You did it for them. Matter of fact, you probably did it for somebody 100 years in the future.
Oh, it breaks 99 years in the future and it gets born the next day with all the experience. That's called a birth chart.
I think Maestro is onto something with like given that basically like semen and the eggs hold information in them. So like if that process is already happening, consciously doing that, so having certain thoughts in your mind or like reciting mantras in your mind when you're doing those actions brings a certain like essence to life.
Especially with them being the Beej mantras.
Yeah. Are you saying we could learn the meanings of the Beej mantras and compound them to be sigilized? And we could use that to power our servitors?
And then take it one step further, like how you were saying, like give it birth physically in the vessel, like a child. Yeah.
Or as we learned in, not sure if it was Ladder of Lights or a Kabbalistic encyclopedia, but where a death on the, or like a birth in the physical looks like a death on the higher planes, and then a death on the physical looks like a birth on the higher planes.
Ooh. Yeah, that just like got me, reminded me of what's about to happen in a few months.
I wanted to share something with you guys. I to Cooper, Professor Cooper, Philip Cooper. And I decided to do the inner temple, but reverse it to like an outer temple. So what I needed is to rent.
Oh, you're breaking up pretty bad.
Okay, hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I decided to do a outer temple using Professor Cooper's techniques. So basically what I did was that, you know how we make the meditations and, you know, and we pick the place and then we choose the candles and we choose all that. All right, to make the story short, I needed a place to rent so I can have my clinic. So all of a sudden, I'm walking to a mall and I look at the mall and I see the, what do you call it? The planets, Jupiter planet. So I say, oh, so this is, I mean, you know, it's like a sign, you know, like you're thinking automatically, oh, this is a sign, right? I was like, wait a minute, that's not how it works. So I'm going to create my temple here. So this is going to be my place. So I'm start thinking myself, you know, when I'm entering into the mall, I see Jupiter planet around at the main entrance door. I went to this guy, the designer, what do you call it, like the salesperson, like he's the one who helped people to have access into this building to rent. So it's a mall, it's a big mall, Broadway mall. So then I go to him and I asked him that I needed a place for 5 rooms because I'm planning to bring certain professionals into the building. So he tells me, you know what? He's like, I have another woman coming in. She's going to check the place. And if she likes it, she would take the place. If she doesn't like it, then, you know, he's like, then I'll let you know. So I was like, all right, no problem. So the next day I called this guy just to make sure that to find out if the woman decided to keep the place or not. So he never answered me back. So I was like, all right, whatever. So I keep looking for other areas in town just to make sure that, you know, I was going to be able to find something. I knew in my head exactly what I wanted, but I wanted it that particular location. So I was like, all right. So 2 days ago, this gentleman who's actually a Korean, he called me. He's like, listen, he's like, the woman has not responded to me. He's like, so let's just get together and see if you're still interested to look at the place. I'm like, of course, I might just do it tomorrow at 10 a.m. So I go there at 10 a.m. I keep looking at these Jupiter planets around hanging up by the main lobby. And I'm like, this is going to be the place. So all of a sudden I'm thinking, but this is not just any place. This is like the castle. You know how the malls have that big, elegant lobbies and stuff like that? I don't know if you guys have that when you guys go into your malls and your states. They have big, elegant stuff. So I was like, okay, so this is going to be a castle for me, where I know I need to build something that it's medical. So I start to create it, all the instructions that I have from Professor Cooper, right? Like the inner temple. So instead of making everything from the inner, I put everything from the inner coming out to the outside, reflecting from the inner, going out to my outside into the area. So whatever castle I have, now it's literally an outer where I can see material, but at the same time, see it as use it as spiritual. So I went to the place and I look at the rooms. There's 5 rooms, 5 clinical rooms. And I say, okay, so this is gonna work. So then in my head, automatically start thinking, you will need a nutritionist, you will need other acupuncturists, you will need other massage therapists, you will need other estheticians. So all of a sudden, I say, oh my God, you know, this is when I start doubting myself, right? Oh my God, are they going to say yes to me? Are they going to like give me any issues? And all of a sudden, I text everybody that I know, and majority of them, they say yes, without question mark. And this is what I was invoking Lily too, because I need persuasion. So it's not that I call Lily for sexuality. I call Lily so I can have a way to make the practitioners to say yes to me, because they're professional. And I'm not forcing them. I just ask them in a persuaded way if they can work with me. You know what I mean? So the whole story is that I use Philip Cooper's inner temple and I transverse it as an outer temple, which is very successfully did work. If you ever want to, if you have desire to open your businesses, then I thought I may share that with you for you guys to use it in your own.
Totally. I mean, by doing that, you know, you're Kabbalistically, you're traversing the worlds, you're bringing the Yetziratic down into the Sire level, you know, and then you're building the tree sprouting trees, if you will, by then saying, okay, the astral temple is actually this concrete place that I'm actually in now. Okay, you've traversed the world there, you know, and then you can build on that.
Mm-hmm.
Like
That
how
is
you brought
exactly
that up.
what's happening.
It was I told Amara earlier today, but I kind of use Kabbalah itself to build like the perfect state entity, the entity that pretty much can function in each and every context in a sattvic manner. And once I started running by on some NLP exercises, like timeline and everything, I go back into my inner temple and everything actually has changed. It almost looks like there's an invasion of sorts happening. But that's just the higher influence coming down and settling. And today I opened up a browser, and like when you first open it up, there's an ad for some new crypto site or whatever, and it had one of the, or my symbol for divinity now is that triangle with the eye. And when I open up that when I open up the browser, it's like the triangle with the eye, but it's on the pyramid, and it's like the color red, which was like the color of invasion that was happening in my inner temple.
Oh no.
Yeah, because all I was thinking is like, you know, I think I saw a review with I was thinking about Professor Cooper, right? I call this magician's professor. So I saw Professor Cooper, and I was texting Travis about him because I saw like this visualization of him kind of like being tired. I don't know why it came out in my head. I don't know, a dream or whatever the hell I might call it. So of course I would start going back with that book, and I have it with me. I still need to, I'm writing the book now. I'm taking my time with the book. So then I was like, you know what? Everybody in this group is capable to do this. You know, like if we all have, I remember Kristen was talking about opportunities, the last meeting we have on Sunday, if I'm not mistaken, with Sunday. I don't even remember what day it was, but we had talking about that. And she was talking about like all these opportunities that might come to us. And of course, the next day it did happen to me, right? So I was like, all right, I'm like, oh my God, so this is happening. This is exactly what Kristen was saying. So I'm not letting the opportunity be ended now, but then I'm thinking to myself, and you know, thinking, right? I'm thinking these magicians have all these opportunities. Professor Cooper, Professor Barden, John Fortune, you know, they have so much potential and become so much successful in the fact that they can get, not to be like materialistic myself here, but they can get like literally like President Trump, let's just say like that. Like they have so much knowledge out there that they can make so much out of it. And then I'm saying to myself, but that's not what they meant, you know, like ambition, it's not what they are trained for. And then in my head comes by and say, but if you want to be successful, you can actually, all that income that can come from this particular magical setting, it can go back to the magicians. So let's say if I become a multi-billionaire by using magic, I'm thinking myself this morning, it's not because I'm ambitious on become myself billionaire. It's because one way or another, I will return back these fundings to magic. You know what I mean? Am I making myself clear? It's an exchange. It's not like I want to become wealthy just because I just wanted to be wealthy because I'm using magic. Because I see which one is believe or Lilith. Like the magician was saying, if you try to make a profit out of this book, you'll be cursed like 49 times or 79,000 times, whatever the hell might be. Lily will come and hunt you. I'm like, but really, it's maybe that magician might make a profit, but he probably will use that profit for something else that represents magic. For example, if you sell your book for $2,000, right? Because that's the price of that book. Maybe the magician will use that money to buy other books that benefit other magicians. Or he might purchase the book or candles from a, I don't know, botanica place or something, where somebody else might get benefit of it. So it's a whole cycle that can benefit the concept of magic itself. So I don't know, I just thought about that today, and I was like, you know, like this group, I'm like, I'm sure that if they start building businesses, they can probably be so much successful on their lives. You know what I mean? And at the same time, exchanging all these fundings that they're going to get into their future, and they can be able to benefit for the love of magic, because that's how I see it. I mean, I see myself being a wealthy human, but not because of my greediness or whatever, because I can see that giving these benefits to magic in the future. That's how I see it. Yeah. So Professor Cooper's inner temple, making an outer temple.
Very nice.
And I thought about Laura too, because Laura, I know she's having her business as well. So, yeah.
I mean, really, like starting a business and being an entrepreneur of any sort, it does take the same type of essence that it takes to be an occultist, because we're all raised to be a part of a community, and the community involves working for someone else in a certain way. For a lot of us, it's just a general role, right? One day you're at Winn-Dixie, the next day you're at the whatever, like basic labor. It's not specified. So to go from that to being an entrepreneur is a quantum leap. It literally takes a shift of mind. It can be scary. And especially the fact that with working for someone else in the traditional way, everything is really cut out for you, right? You can just coast, right? But if you want to move up the ladder, you've got to educate yourself in the field of work. But also, to be an entrepreneur, you have to educate yourself constantly. There's literally no point that you can sit down and say, okay, I got it figured out. Because the minute you do that, your business starts to suffer.
The only way would be to learn such the essential information, like that the outer form doesn't really phase your business. To where even if you're not, like say you have an old brick and mortar business and it's time to upgrade to technology, all your brick and mortar friends like, no, we're not going to do that. You see it from a fundamental perspective, like, okay, this is just the new method of communication. This is how newspapers used to be. I'm going to hop on it.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like some blue book stuff right there.
Oh, man. Got that from this path here, Wheel of Fortune. A very, very great path. One of my favorites.
Not wanting to update. Imagine even being in a type of secret society where the group members typically meet in a traditional way for decades. And then, we've got COVID hitting, and we've got everybody going online. But imagine the group not wanting to update and upgrade.
Man, I'll contact them in the astral when they did. I mean, it'll live on some type of way. Like in Star Wars, the Sith are dead, but you still got like artifacts with Sith psyches in them that can take over somebody. So it's gonna come back somehow, some way. Just that specific flavor of that secret society, yeah, that's death.
Whoa. You said some artifacts that can take them over.
Mm-hmm.
Back on that walk-in stuff, huh?
Back on the walk-in, it's like I ain't even gonna mention the book. That's a little too powerful. I'll type it in the chat, but It is possible.
Some consider to be unnatural.
And even so, like that happened with the whole vampirism craze with Melanie Belanger, whatever her last name is. Like the first part of the book, she describes the history of how it led up, and all it was just like pretty much symbols, a series of symbols, and they just tapped into the stream of what they claimed to be a secret society that lived thousands of years ago. So it could have been, it could have easily been like the elementals they were working with thousands of years ago.
Yes. Could it be that the elementals are what carries the karma? Could it be that this is how this kind of information is really transferred across? When I remember the Doctor Strange movie, I don't believe that Wanda was the villain. Something possessed her and made this whole thing play out. Yes, it used her and her desires for fuel, but there was something even more primal taking place there. The same thing is happening to us at all times. We're content with our desires as far as like, oh, well, I want a big house because I want to live in a big house, right? But there's something primal going on also. For men, we're very primal in that we want a good high-paying job and nice cars and clothes so that we can have access to sex and reproduce. No, I mean, some guys will admit that. Many will not, because many aren't even in tune with themselves deeply enough to understand that. Most of our desires stem from extremely basic and primal egregores. You say you do what you want, but where does the want come from? How long has it been
Desire.
Isn't that the fire element?
Islam is human.
How much of that fire element you got? I wonder if those are some fire elementals sitting there waiting to spring out when the time is right, like a parasite.
Tava. You mean these Tavas carry intelligence? Fire elemental. Wait a minute. Elemental. Wait. 25 Tavas. Prakriti. What's happening here? Prakriti.
Prakriti, man. The Prakriti. I'm thinking of Prakriti.
This experience over the past couple of months and years, and maybe lifetimes, is a lot like being given a massive puzzle, the ones with the tiny pieces, and you look at it and you say, fuck that. I'm not doing this. But it's almost as if every now and then you just put one piece here, put one piece here, put one piece here, but you're not paying attention to it. And all of a sudden you look back and you say, whoa, look how far I've come. I've actually assembled a lot of this puzzle. And now that I look at it, I'm seeing something that I didn't see before. Someone sent me a meme. It was a beautiful meme. I should probably pull it up so I can get it exactly right. But it said that, I am going to pull it up. No, it's buried. Basically, the meme was something, it was a guy holding a woman's face. And it was like, your face is evidence that nature loves you or something like that. But the key behind it was that what he was saying to her was that she's beautiful because genetics, generations and generations of genetics chose your specific features because nature prefers these features. That's pretty profound to think about. You look the way you look because nature said this is the best way to be. You're the best version of your genetics. This diabetes, oh, but I'm this, and no, you're the best version of your genetic line. Otherwise, you wouldn't exist.
I was thinking about that today in relationship to age. Like there's a woman at the gym who constantly puts her limitations up to her age, but she's only 40. It's really interesting to see all of the conditions people have around their age. And I was thinking like, man, our bodies, the way how they're constructed, everything is due to the various archetypes that these patterns of karma are going to play out, like the storyline that this karma is playing out, these causes and effects. And the body simply adapts to those causes and effects on a consistent basis. Like that's how like people can palm read, right? Or do oh God, what's it called? Reflexology on the feet, and give like personality profiles, because there's even markers on your body that talk about experiences that you've had, like whether or not your heart is shut down because of a traumatic experience and now your perception of love. This is how your body physically starts to form to match that characteristic.
The characteristic that had its potential in not only the genetics and DNA, but also in the energetic body.
Right. And like now we're seeing all of these diseases, or people are considering like 60 to be the age of like where you get old and decrepit and all this kind of shit. And you see these people playing this part because their body, they are the actor, like this is the experience and you are an actor in this play. And so your body will morph to fit that costume that you're putting it in. And like, anyway, I was just thinking about that, like, because I do think that there's also a level, that subtle level. Like we had a conversation about this, I think a while ago, about how someone could get cancer from an emotional impingement more. And I was thinking, I was revisiting that today about like, just kind of thinking about how much on a subtle level our emotions that we're experiencing now have an influence on even our most unconscious actions and manifestations of self in this lifetime, Like that cancer could have been carried through various generations. And so that person is the next carrier of that cancer, not even like just because their archetype is one of perhaps a wounded healer or one of something, like, you know what I'm saying? Like we have these
Yes.
archetypes.
Yeah. So you're tapping into something here also, because that just goes to show how small of a role the conscious mind plays in the grand scheme of things. There's a whole lot of unconscious activity going on, including even the physical, because we've been talking about the non-physical a lot, but the unconscious includes the physical too. Like how many of your body operations do you actually have no control over whatsoever? Most of them. Yeah, you can lift your arm and go run for a jog and, do nothing if you want, but most everything else is done automatically. So I wonder what that also says about these diseases like you talked about, or whatever's contained in the genetics, and what selects it on and off for individuals. Science is still looking for that. They found the switches, but they don't know why it happens.
Oh.
This is an off-topic question completely, but did we already talk about dreams yet? I'm sorry, did we talk about dreams? Have we visited that subject?
Andy mentioned his dream, but that's as far as we went. I heard that Maestro had me in a dream as well.
Disciplining some elementals.
As they should be.
Did anyone have a dream relating to a zombie apocalypse?
I woke up and there was a zombie apocalypse.
It was still in progress.
That wasn't a dream, Laura.
I bet it wasn't.
Maybe that's the thing I was dreaming though. We was on a mission to save something or something. There was a lot of people that I didn't even know, never seen. Some people I knew, mostly people that I never seen before. Saving something. I don't know what it was, but we were saving something. It was coming up with this elaborate plan. And I kept waking up, going to the restroom, coming back in the dream, right where it stopped, like literally.
Nice.
Call my lady this morning, like, hey, check this out. Guess what? Man, I was able to stop and start a dream right where it left off, like 5 times, all the way to, man, I never sleep till 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. I wanted to go back to sleep so bad, like, oh, go, let's go. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. How can we solve this? What's gonna happen? How's it gonna end? At some point, I couldn't go back to sleep, so to be continued. But it was saving something. I don't know. We was trying to save something. We were saving something. Maybe each other, maybe one another. I don't know. We were trying to save something. Wasn't even a bunch of confusion though. That's the thing about it. Wasn't confusion. It wasn't confusion amongst the group. It was people scattering and going and whatever. However, but it wasn't a lot of confusion amongst the ones that were the ones.
Was there any
of the red cup?
Say that again, Laura.
Oh, sorry. I was actually about to ask real quick what Maestro had just said. Something about the queen in the red cup.
Or the drinkers of the red cup.
Okay. So was there any talk about like cult behavior or how that's developed or anything like that?
Tonight, yes.
Had with anyone?
Or are you talking about the dream?
The dream, but honestly, as we've noticed, right, they have synchronicities with conscious timing. So, okay.
A lot of the discussion we had regarding the Christian church and advertising, we're pretty much describing cult behavior. Just without using that word. But before we go that way, I did want to say, as far as Jason's dream, archetypally speaking, excuse me, this salsa is extremely spicy. I should have thought about that. But yeah, archetypally speaking, the dreams and stories about saving the princess or saving anything usually represents the search for the soul. Even the mythological stories about any type of rescue has to do with the search for the personal soul.
Interesting. Searching.
Ariel going into the tunnels of Set, or going through King Koopa's castle to fight the dragon, his serpent, his shadow self, in order to unveil his shining soul, represented by Princess Peach.
Oh. Saying that's not an arbitrary video game plot, and it's actually a calculated occult message.
It's a universal pattern that we can't escape from. At least not while we're in a body. Well, at least not while we attach to humanity.
But isn't that the point though? We even though we're speaking about cults and all, isn't that the point of all the above is to collectively get the information and direct it in the right direction, or perceive it correctly, so to speak?
Yes. We are facilitators of consciousness. Because we don't create anything. Nobody creates anything. And nobody destroys anything. All we do is facilitate the energy flow back and forth. We facilitate karma back and forth. On multiple dimensions.
Yeah,
And
imagine that as a mission statement for a business.
I'm pretty sure.
Isn't that the emotion that it's needed though to do this work as well?
Isn't that the mission statement for Apple?
Isn't that the emotion it takes to even do the work in general? You know, the frustration, the excitement, all the above in order to make any of it work.
Yes.
Because it's overwhelming, it's frustrating, it's exciting, it's intuitive. If it's any emotion you can think of, all this work is all the above. You know, you get burnt out. I commend you, Trav. Hey, every day, all day, with the same enthusiasm and excitement is tremendous. It's very impressive. You know, I'm I had to go to the ghetto today to get some balance.
Run, everybody. Great to see you all again, and see you next week. But I remember something that Kristen said last time she was on a live, and she told about the Saturday the 2nd. There's a lot of planets aligning in their own sun. So yeah, don't forget about Saturday to create something special for yourselves. See you later.
I got something special for myself. Ta-da!
Take care, man.
Something special for myself. Yes, Bobby.
Circles of power.
Yay. I can't help it. I love books.
Put it up again so I can take a picture of it. Okay. Thank you.
Does anybody has this one?
Oh, I have that one.
How is it?
I can't. Let me go look in it and see. Learning ritual magic.
I gotta throw out another advertisement here that after the inner light activation course, I have not really messed with another occult book since.
Nice.
If I can remember correctly, it's a
Learning ritual.
I'm a
Can
hard
you
I'm a
see it,
hard
guys,
sit.
or you
I'm a
cannot
hard
see it?
Yeah.
I see it. I had that one. I think I had that. I know I had that. Ritual magic.
The first one, it called, well, this one was because of hermits. That's the reason why I bought this one. The circle powers, hermetic magic, because of powers.
Read the description on Amazon.
Yes, I'm getting this one. Yeah, and then I have I receive another one, the Path of Wisdom. I'm sorry, here we go. The writer name.
Hmm? No, my computer for this.
Yeah, those are the books. Those are my next lines of books. I'm gonna dig in. Mhm. Mhm.
It's been like since the second round of courses finished as well. It's really been like old NLP books that I didn't read yet. And after that, I don't think there's any more books that I need.
Yeah, you see, I always have from my college books. I still have them from the first class I took in college. I still have all those books: psychology book, sociology book, embryology book, parasitology. All these books, I still have them. Eventually, of course, I'm gonna have to get rid of them. I'm gonna be like that gentleman that I bought the liver lily. He's like a 64-year-old man, right? He's like, I'm old, so I need to start selling the books. So, yeah. Hey, Travis, I have a question for you. When are we going to start doing the shadow classes? And what days do you thought about offering the classes?
Uh-oh. There it is.
Yeah, Trav, when you gonna start the class?
Yeah.
Kind of like, are you gonna watch the game? You watched the game last night? It's becoming redundant. Come on. Got people lined up. Got people lined up.
You already have a line of your own students here, man.
Yeah, you got other line. You got a slutty vegan line outside the door, Trav. Come on.
Okay, Gator.
You actually do. You know that, right? You actually have a whole lot of students waiting for you to get into the class.
You're right. You're right.
And just let it flow, Trav. Trust the process.
You're a magus.
Yeah, Trav. You might.
You are.
I get a sense you overthinking it.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
Magus.
You know.
That's funny.
Oh,
The conference been what, 4 weeks ago? You said it was gonna be a week after the conference, and then you said it next week. Next week.
Oh, we got it,
See what I know what happened. You've been studying this shit and you've been actually shadow working, you know. Digging in the dark crevices of your mind. You're like, holy shit. And you stuck in the rut for fucking hours And you supposed to be writing the damn class. I know, because I've been reading a couple of books too. Got me over here fucking stuck.
Exactly.
So I feel you, man, but let it flow. You know, we're not gonna never end the shadow work process. It's a lifetime mission. So, you know, hey, but yeah, it's a lot of people out there need this fundamental information. And you got it already, man.
I always thought how important it is, and I think he was absolutely right, because I was looking for this gentleman. Maybe you wanna, I'm not sure if you want to do this, but like see some of the samples of some certain magicians, like, you know, how some of them they well, I would say on research, right? Like we have this gentleman with the liver lily. Apparently he suicide himself, right? Because I don't know, he was, you know, off of his mind while he was practicing this magic.
Yeah.
So yeah, right. So you wanted to like maybe like not criticize the person, but to like give us the samples, like, you know, like how dangerous can these, even NLP or hypnotherapists as well, doesn't matter. If you're completely off of balance, your mind cannot function accurately to even understand what the unconscious mind might trying to express to you. You know what I mean? Because the more me reading this gentleman's book, I'm doing a second time now, okay? And he's talking about how to say curses, many different curses on people, right? So it's, and to me this morning I'm saying it is the fact that he's cursing people, but because he probably feels fear. You know what I mean, Travis? Maybe you, best example, you're going to make your book. So you don't want anybody else just to come and make profit out of something you have worked for. So you're going to put some form of like, what is it that you guys call it? Cursed, right? So in his head, he's putting all this hatred to somebody who's trying to do that. And then at the same time, he is now gone, and yet people has made profits out of these books, right? So samples like this, where these magicians can, you can see that they completely off of mind, but not because it's their fault, it's because of the lack of education. The other thing that I was noticing too, it's this one. When we talk about older magicians, right? And I'm talking about the new generations. For example, I see in videos 18-year-olds, 20-year-olds, 24-year-olds, kids that they start talking about, you know, certain entities. So it doesn't mean that they are ignorance in the fact that, oh, you know, they have this lack of advanced magic. It means that it's our jobs to educate them into the high magic because they're already inside in magic. You know what I mean? You follow me? You guys follow me? I don't know how many of you are going to be teachers here, but as a teacher, I'm telling you, because I'm already certified teacher by the state, you need to know psychology and how to educate your student. So looking at these kids, they're already inside. So yes, they don't understand that we have the Kabbalah. Yes, they don't understand that we have yogis, right? One of the ones that I was looking for is the unfortunate, and Travis is the one who's mentioned the unfortunate the whole time, right? The inner tempotent, right? And she selects, and she said that if the higher being, it's not approve you as, how does she say that? It's like the higher being has to let you know that you being approved. So why do I need to be approval on? As far as I go, I'm already in. So for these kids, to me, it sounds the same. We have a few today. I was looking at a few kids. One of them, he was reading the Liber Lilith, which is he was depressing. And I'm saying, and then he says, I feel the presence while I was reading the book. You know, like he wanted to make something mystical because that was, he was attracted to it. Meanwhile, his mind is programming herself to make something mystical because that's what keeps him interest on the book. However, get this one, like psychology, right? So now we turn magicians, but also hire magicians in psychology. Now I notice I do that. Before I studied with Travis, I was a dumb, right? Now I see, because I practiced that book, I experimented, know all those crazy experiments that this guy did. I mean, he was like sexual off that I do not understand yet. However, this kid was saying that he was actually looking for like things around him while he was reading the book. Okay, so he in his head believes that Lily was visiting him because the book was saying that. The book is telling you that Lily will come and visit you, right? So now this kid is programming his brain and saying, oh, Lily is here and Lily is going to either punish me or give me the sexual, whatever the hell might be. But at the same time, this kid was going into depression. I mean, you can tell that he's going to depression, like the way that he's expressing himself at that point. Like he felt that he was lonely into this point. Similar to this magician that he suicide himself right here, the Liver Lily guy. So, you know, it is that path where it's Travis is doing an excellent job into like teaching us how to do this shadow work. And so it's going to be, if he allows us, right, in the future, collect whatever data we can collect to help other kids near our communities who actually practice magic and explain to them that there is a shadow work. So they are not going to depress themselves. You know what I mean? You guys follow me? I tried to communicate Lily last night. Fuck this shit. I already know about all this stuff that you guys have been teaching us. Travis has been teaching. Guess what happened last night? I fucking go with Lily. I see fucking Lily. Oh my God. Now I'm talking about God. Oh, Jesus Christ. There he come. What's this demon is here? Like, what the fuck? Meanwhile, I'm awake and I'm invoking this girl. And all of a sudden, I see Lily in my face. I got freaked out. Like, seriously, right? Like, fucking seriously? Yeah. I wake up this morning and I'm like, fucking bitch. Right? So it's like, I'm cursing myself like this because I knew somehow she was here. But subconsciously or unconsciously or whatever the fuck you call it, I still have that program of Christianity. Right. So it's the same thing with these kids. They still have that program. So now it's our turn to help them to switch it from one program to another one. So that way they can feel more relief and to understand that these entities are part of ourselves. And I don't want to repeat what Travis is already teaching us. But me analyzing all these stories about all these young generation children that they're coming and they're not afraid to talk about it on TV, on YouTubers or whatever programs they have. They're not afraid to talk about it. You know what I mean? And some of these books, I used to criticize this guy because he was writing Lily with that glamour, diamonds and stuff around it. I'm fucking thinking, man, this guy is an idiot. but it's not. It's his way to communicate with Lily. And it's a lack of knowledge? Yeah. Lack of research? Yes. It's a lack of research for him to just stuck in one square little box where everything around is the only thing for him to see. Meanwhile, he has no see beyond that. So it's not to blame him. It's like, it's for you to understand that if you have an opportunity to be able to teach these people in the future, then perhaps you can teach in the future what you're learning today. Because that's what magic is all about. Cycles of continuation from one generation to another one. So now this, the unfortunate, it's here, but now we are this next cycle of generations for us to teach the following generation. That's why I see so much coincidence, as Travis saying, the inner temple, the inner light, the inner activation and all that is us. It's this group. And it's right here. And now we have to continue with her. So it's the same thing, guys. I don't know. Call me crazy. That's what I've been doing this whole time. It's just, that's it. That's my case here. I don't know.
That book you have there is about the initiate and his training. You know, she also has a book about how to put together a secret society.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. She got quite a few books. But yeah, you're absolutely right. This is how the message stays alive. Like we don't, this is what W.E. Butler says. I learn so that I can serve, or I know that I could so that I can serve. You can't just get this information to use it for yourself, because it gets so big to the point that you realize that every action affects everyone. So inevitably, whether you teach, or whether you're donating or giving or doing whatever, every single thing we do, it affects the whole. And this is how this, like I said, this particular information stays alive, because every generation that learns it and condenses it, disciplines it, or pulls it out of the ether, packages it up just like an elemental, and sends it off, passes the baton to the next. Yeah. That's how it got to us, right?
Yeah. And it doesn't need to be a physical process either. It doesn't need to be a book process. That person could die with the information, and those little elementals drift off, into their salad bowl of a baby or something, and then 20 years later receives all that information that was in there.
Right. Again, and that's how we got it, right? I remember the first time of me seeing the Tree of Life. I wasn't looking for it. It wasn't in a Kabbalah book. It was on a album, a rock and roll album, right? I wasn't looking for it. Who knows what was condensed in that? But me staring at it every single day, that definitely opened something up.
Mm-hmm.
See, back in the day when they had CDs, right? You open up the CD and it had a little paper in it that you can fold out. It's got the artwork, because Google Images wasn't on and popping back then. So we actually looked at the pictures we had for a long time, daily. Especially if you don't have any video clips of the band. So like you listen to the music and then you look at their picture and the little insert, And right alongside the pictures was the Tree of Life. And they were members of the Golden Dawn. So they knew what they were doing. The information.
You did mention that they were members of the Golden Dawn.
So the information is passed, even just like these crystals find who they need to go to, this information seeks and finds its own students.
Yeah.
Because it's alive.
And those numbers are getting bigger, by the way. Those numbers are getting bigger, to be honest with you.
I'd say the pool of candidates is getting bigger.
Yeah.
And maybe there's a bigger pool of candidates because there's a bigger pool of elementals that have been disciplined.
Yes.
And maybe there's a bigger group of elementals because more and more magicians are doing the work.
And everybody has their own system. Not everybody has to follow the same path, you know? I kind of like learned that. I know my path is hermetic. I see it. I see hermetics. Yoga, meditation, and all that, it will be part of the training, no doubt about it. But for me to spend the rest of my life doing a whole 8 hours, 12 hours, 16 hours, all that in meditation like that, it's going to be very challenging. You know, so that's why to me, it's like, I know I can put 60% of my practice is a hermetic. 40% maybe my job and my life and whatever the hell might be. But really a good percentage of my life right now, it's hermetics.
The obliteration of identity.
Yeah.
We're abutting upon the clip off.
Mm-hmm.
Abutting upon the clip off.
You know, hell, I don't have a name for my path. I just Trav, what's the name of your path?
It's called I Gotta Know the Truth.
That's it. Even if it takes me back to the church.
Right.
Right. Yeah. And it's funny you saying that, because I was thinking about that too. I'm like, even yesterday night, driving all the way down back home and thinking, well, even if we go to the hermetics, even if we go into meditations, which is the Buddhism, Hinduism, Kabbalism, even if it's like more religious, Mormons, Catholics, evangelists, at the end of the day, we are going to meet in the same place, same truth. It's just different systems. Like Travis keeps saying that. Travis is keep programming my brain already by now, right? So it's like one way or another, we all going to meet in one place. So it's just that.
Yes.
I have to say peace to y'all. I got to get going, but nice chat on this Thursday.
Peace, Maestro.
Peace, bro.
See y'all. And people watching, bro, if you ain't pick up on the game now, I don't know how to help you. That's why Trav's here, but I don't know how to help you.
A lot was dropped today.
Bombs. No survivors. 24 feet deep.
Hold that gold book up before you go. Yeah, I know he had it right there. I know he had it right there. See? That's the question you gotta ask. Hold it up, buddy. I know you got it.
I'm gonna get a little I'll leave it at that, but all right, see y'all.
That's that power there.
Mm-hmm. I think I think we can go for a little while longer, but it probably would be a good time to do our dance individually.
Yeah.
Travis, I have a question. Are we getting do we be able to see the recordings again, or we just show up late and that's it?
Yeah, I mean, it does depend. Like this particular one will be on YouTube.
Okay.
Some of the ones from the past couple of weeks were not recorded.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm taking your notes. Some of the notes. When you talk, it's when I take notes. Not precisely the book, but when you talk stuff, graphics and stuff, is when I start taking all the. I don't even have my book with me. Yeah, I'm going for my second boom, by the way. You remember the book I was showing you? Now I'm going for a second boom.
Yes, second.
Yeah, going for a second one.
Peace, Grover.
All right. Good night, Laura.
Blessings and peace. So speaking of the gold book, we'll be doing that tomorrow night. The next couple chapters.
Which book you doing? The gold book?
Mm-hmm.
The gold book? Okay. I probably have it. Okay.
We got a purple book, a black book, a blue book, a red book, a gold book, a manual.
Oh, we got the purple book. Yes, the purple book. The powerful book. Got a little bit of it.
All in their own right.
Yeah. All right, Travis. Everybody's leaving. So I'll see you when I see you tomorrow. I think, yes, tomorrow is Friday. Yeah, tomorrow is fine with me. Yeah. Any suggestions? Yes, Liber Lilith is the best book you can get. I have read majority of the books. He has the most intense connection in sexuality. If you are into that, he has that to connect with you in that perspective. But also you have other forms of sigils that you can use in that book, and it doesn't have to be always sexuality on that. The other thing with this book is experiments, which you're going to need to have a partner. If you have a boyfriend, husband, I don't know, whatever the hell you might have, okay? Well, you have the PDF. You have to look it up in a magical society. Travis, I think we did download it up there. It's been in the library since 2018, because I started talking about that book since 2018 with Travis. Damn. And it's been there. Yeah, 2018. This is the second time I'm reading that book. But it has a very interesting, you probably might like it too, Travis. If you have a partner where his experiment was that you pretty much have to have a woman. Now, the woman that he described, because he's from Canada, right? This person is from Canada. He's not going to describe a Spanish woman. He's not going to describe Hinduism women or Chinese or Koreans. He described a typical, blue eyes, blonde hair, skinnier, prettier. He doesn't request, he doesn't recommend fat women. So he says because of health purposes, but I think it's because on his head, it was unattractive. So he has to describe that, right? Because apparently he thinks that Lily doesn't like that. Not really. If you think about it, Lily is within on us. He probably was not fully aware of that. I don't know, right? He had to tell you that. And what he says on that particular exercise, this is how intense this book is where you're going to massage the woman, right? You're going to massage woman or your husband or your boyfriend, whatever it might be. You massage this person from the back to the front. Once you start having your relationship between each other, this is where supposed to be Lilith is going to come. Okay, so you have to have a specific essential oils that attracts Lilith. I use lilac. I use that one actually. Did I put it here? I use this type, lilac, which is her name, okay, to activate it. And you wanted it to apply in your body, on the woman's body. It has to be woman body or man body. Doesn't matter, whatever you want. So if you guys have a very successful connection with Lilith, The person who receives the massage, right? The person who receives the massage is the person who that person is the one that Lily is going to channeling in. Okay? Because in his head is, I'm making all this seduction not for my husband, not for my girlfriend, but for Lily. So she's supposed to be going inside into this person's body and being possessed. You understand me? Whoever was asking me the question. Okay. So once you are successfully doing the experiment, apparently Lily is going to speak to you. She's going to be teaching you messages. You follow me? All right. So it's really the thing here, Sunshine. It's not that the person is possessed. Is that you yourself as a magician? I'm thinking about that today while I'm reading that. You as a magician, you have the capacity to manipulate one person's unconscious mind. That's how I see it. So, okay, so you do the massages, you do this, you invoke, you put the flowers, you do, if you make it successful, then Lily is going to appear inside his body. And because apparently that's how Lily comes to you, through sexual interaction. So that's just one experiment, just letting you know. You're going to see other ones up there, and you're going to have to choose the one that you like.
Honestly, before I even knew about Lilith, she has come to me years before. Like, before I even knew her name, and something struck a chord with me when Travis, like 2 nights before, was talking about Lilith. And I was like, oh my gosh. It was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I am the whore. Like, it was crazy. Like, of course, I've, shadow worked all of that. And now I kind of understand.
Yeah.
I understand it all, but it's kind of crazy to put like a name to all of what I have experienced in my 20s, in my 30s. I'm 43 now, but yeah, it's kind of, it's crazy to like put a name to it, because I've had a lot of sexual energy.
And that's how
no one ever claimed me, but they loved my yoni.
So it's like that. It's like you being the slut, excuse my words, but that's what it is, right? It's like you being the slut and make your partner be in a deeper exposure where he's talking to different languages after they have an orgasm.
Right.
That's how intense it is. Yeah.
Right. And so I thought about that for years and years before I even knew what shadow work was. I thought about it. I was like, well, what am I doing unconsciously? What is this unconscious behavior? And now I understand it all. It's not, they are attracted to that essence of what I can provide. It's not about me. It's not about me. It's about that sexual energy that is given to them. Yeah. So I've been doing shadow work before I even knew what shadow work was, because it used to bother me, because why aren't people picking me? I'm giving you all. But I'll just leave it at that. I don't go into any more, explicit details on this YouTube channel.
Yes, it's very it's a very your mind has to be clean, man. I gotta tell you, your mind has to be clean, because this dude's mind was completely off of track up there. But if you look at that, the shadow work, like since Travis has been talking about shadow work, and then we have understand psychology during the time that we've been with him, we can see things a little bit different on perspectives. So to me, when I see this gentleman's books, I'm reading it and I'm saying, he made in his mind, he has the power. He believes that she's like, he literally believes that she's there, you know what I mean? And in fact, I called her last night, and my bed was moving. You know what I mean? I'm like, is it my bed is moving, or is just me believing that? You know what I mean? Or it's just my energy make it feel that my bed is moving, you know what I mean? And I hear the noises in my room, and I'm like, oh shit, that's Lily. No, bitch, that's you, bro. Is that you right there? So you're hearing all these noises, so you know she's there. You know what I mean? For him was the same thing. For him, it's like if I activating if I invoke her to get into this woman's body, right? Because he was just a woman, he was a secretary, or whatever the hell he was doing up there for living. He asked her to become a partner, so she said yes. So he put the flowers, put the engine oils, put all these things, did his incantations, did all these, what do you call it, rituals to wake her up. And the woman actually accepted, she believed it, that Lily was inside her, and to the point that she would start talking different languages, right? And that's why he was collecting information. All these books that he was making all this time, it was information from his believing that he was making other women being possessed of Lily, you know? So that type of invocations on Lilith, you do want to experiment with. But you have to be selected on which ones you want. Don't do all of them because, well, if you want to do all of them, it's your business. I'm not getting involved. But to me, pick the ones that you like the most, that gives you the best interest of desire for yourself.
Thank you for that gem.
You're welcome. And I use lilac for essential oils for her, just directly to her. The candles, I make the candles, and in the candles I put lilac on it, so she has specific candles, you know, stuff like that.
I love that brand of oil, by the way.
You
Favorite.
like? Yes.
Veronica.
Yeah.
I got a whole tabletop full of those little bottles right there. I'm talking about like 60 of them.
Yes, me too.
Oh wow. That's how I need to get.
Who called me up there? Somebody called me.
Yeah, no, that whole phenomena with the bed moving, I've had that happen to me before. And yo, that it's definitely really intense, but I really think that that's us really like getting in tune with the etheric body.
Mm-hmm.
And she's basically, not even she, we're basically like, that phenomenon's already programmed within the etheric body. So when we come in line, it's like, it's just acting out what we already want to happen.
Yes. Look, see, the etheric body. Oh, go ahead.
Like, even like with the guy, like visualizing her in a certain way, I take it from like a standpoint. It's like, that's his view of the perfect woman. Because Lilith, like, she's the woman. Like, her story is like the first. So it's like, she's like, my Lilith's not going to look like anyone else's Lilith. So it's like, it's real interesting.
So that's the lily that I meditate at. You can buy this from Eric Coetic. There is a woman, a witch, who
Orly
makes
Stewart.
these graphics. Huh?
I think I know what you're talking about. Is that Orly's? No, that's not hers. Might be.
Sorry, no worries. Why don't we? Like I said, I brought my car in for
To me, Lilith represents that space. She represents that transcendence, or going back to the like materialism. That's what she represents to me. Like she's that choice. Like you have to choose. You have to choose.
Yes.
And the choice to choose. And I feel like I'm Lilith. I'm like, it's so
We all
crazy
carry them.
because in all the guys that I've dealt with, they never chose me. I was never chosen. And I give good,
Of course.
it was
Right.
never good enough. But I represent to them that woman that's going to lead them to that other side. And those men are not ready for that other side. So therefore, they're left behind, or lack of a better words, But I think Lilith represents that that space, that threshold. And is that she's the goddess of the clip off? Is that what that means, Travis? Because I'm not familiar with like the clip off or any of that.
He plays a more pronounced role in the clip off. Because even what we see on the reflections, the tree of life, we see that Eve or Mary does play a very strong role, right? Because if it isn't for the feminine function of causing force to be compressed into form, if it wasn't for that, there wouldn't be a tree or existence. So a lot of respect is given to the feminine aspect, but it isn't as pronounced, I would say, in most of these books. But on the clip off, it's very pronounced because we're descending even deeper into form.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, Lilith could be correctly presumed as the goddess of the clip off. And that's a good analogy of Lilith that you mentioned, as far as like being on that middle ground between those two sides. That was a really strong concept that was brought up, especially with the story that Veronica told last session. And basically it all clicked for me, because I did experience Lilith being pure lust, dangerous lust, but then I also experienced another side of Lilith that wasn't sexual. It was very, like you said, it was a doorway into a very dark side. And the only reason I was able to see that is because I was able to transcend my own bonds to sexuality. Like sexuality doesn't tempt me anymore. Well, I mean,
right,
when I want it to, it does. But a lot of guys, it's like, if you hang out with guys, you'll see it. A woman with a nice physical body will walk by and instantly, right? It's as if we couldn't help it. And I remember when I started becoming conscious of that, it was only in like 2017 or so. I remember like to be staring at girls, you know what I'm saying? Like my eyes dart down there and I'm looking and I'm like, I'm looking at her butt and I can't stop it. Right. I've started to become aware of that allure of sexuality. And what I learned about Lilith was that if that's your level, that is all you can see. And therefore you will be under her spell. But if you can see past that and through that, that's how you prove that you're worthy to have access to what she actually represents. So in a way, you choose to be her food or you choose to be her partner. But it's not about domination with her.
And that's what I was saying last time. Like Travis is saying right now, she can be an anaconda, whether you transform yourself into within her or you become her dessert. That's literally what I was saying last time too, with Lily. Lily's energy is like that.
That's what made it all make sense to me. It's not that she's a sex goddess. It's if that's all you can see, then that's what it is. But hell, that will go for any deity, right? Some people can only see the devil when they look at Baphomet. We talked about that before. That's the devil. But if you have the eyes to see, you'll understand that it's so much deeper than that. So of course, if we've got a world of majority people who are animal nature and can't get out of that, of course, when the males, when they hear Lilith, they're going to think sex. And women, when they think Lilith, they're going to think, oh, or I can be sexually free, right? But there's actually a deeper, much deeper connection to her.
So to me, if you are a magician right now, I'm thinking if you want to invoke Lily for sexuality, like this guy, this magician, and when he was actually putting the oils into this woman's body, because it was a woman body. And apparently Lily, if she doesn't come from the first time with this woman, you're going to have to try another woman. And I'm saying it's vice versa. It doesn't have to be just males, but it's an example. You can do the same thing as a female, which I thought is very quite interesting. If your sexuality relationship is fucked up right now in a marriage, let's say the marriages, because sometimes that shit happens, right? You might want to use the same experiment this dude did. So he was putting all these oils and all this shit on this woman's body, but he was not thinking on the woman. He was thinking how he's going to make Lily come to this body while he was doing his invocation. So it's not like the incense and the oils were going to come attracted to Lily. It was his invocation that he was doing to make sure that that woman was going to have the biggest orgasm, I guess, right? Is the similar thing you guys wanted to try with your partners and see, instead of looking at your partner itself, why don't you try to awake this person's Lilith within themselves with your help? That's how I was thinking about that. Yeah. Oh, you did it twice? You daredevil, you did it. So, you know, it's
Try this
stuff
out.
like that. Yeah. So just saying, that can help.
I learned that orgasm, I mean, even for men too, but orgasm, I mean, I'm not a woman, but they say that it happens in the mind first before it hits the body,
Right.
which means that there's other ways to get there than just physical stimulation.
Correct. So you got my point.
Just like that video Kari showed us of the guy doing that hands-free. Well, he was hands-free. He was doing the meditation on the woman, and she was able to experience orgasm without him touching her. That's a real thing.
And that's how this magician could be if he would have killed himself at this point, because he was master of this deity, man. He was a master, guys. I swear, I've been reading other books of Lily. Not to disrespect them, but the experiments were like high school compared to a PhD. I mean, this guy was like proposing her, like fucking proposing in your fucking head, like you proposing some deity to marry the deity, dump your girlfriend for a deity. Yo, yeah. His name, what's his name, guys? I forgot. Tyson, Donald Tyson. Yeah.
He left his girlfriend for Lilith?
Read the book.
That's some Hindu level devotion
He loves Lily. He was in love because he was looking at her like you looking at me right now, like physically like this. Well, like obviously you like you know what I mean, like you see her like she was there, like I'm having a conversation with you just like this, you know what I mean? Or maybe like if you have your girlfriend or somewhere up there with you, he literally was watching her like that. That's a strong connection between that energy and yourself. So that's why I say that this guy was pretty much one of the most successful people that I can read, having you know, that connection with this deity. But again, the lack of knowledge of what we went through here with the Kabbalah and the unconscious and all that might be affected him energetically wise, but you know.
Nick Yama, that's his name, Trap. The one who seemed like he conquered the Lilith entity. You know, where he don't touch women and he just tells you about it's mental. And he, a matter of fact, he have a lot of stuff he do with Dr. Phil.
He must have some quite a books up there.
No, he does, and then he does it. Matter of fact, they banned him from the United States. He's in somewhere in India somewhere or something like that. Nick Yama.
Yeah,
he's
Nick Yama.
Nick Yama, that's the black guy. He pretty deep. He pretty good. He build with Phil now. They have matter of fact, they have a podcast they do. Man, you know, so much stuff be going on. You can't catch everything, but you can catch it later. They have where they try to travel and all that, you know, teleport. Man, he go to talking about how you can teleport and be with multiple women at one time. And oh man, he like, and he get a reaction and he do a feedback on how tell them their experience. Tell them the experience of all of them. I mean, he literally have a video. I don't know how to post a video on here. How you post a video on here where you
You're gonna go on the chat.
No, I'm saying from YouTube. How you do it on YouTube?
Okay, go to share. If you see, there should be a little arrow on it that says share.
Yeah, hold on, I'm gonna see. Hold on, let me see. Okay, here it is. The tantric mongoose. That's what they call it. Hold on. Okay, share, and then what I go to, Trap.
Does it say copy link?
Copy link. Okay, all right. Now go in here and then do it. Okay, tell me something good today. Okay, chat.
You got to be on some stuff. Man, you from America.
Oh yeah, they didn't, man. He was, but you know how we in a racist country, so you know.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't on that old black and white bullshit, but just it is what it is, you know.
Right.
You know, you're a good person. You're a good person. I don't see all that. I don't give a shit what you are, because neither one of us want to go to the damn hood store where they shoot and fight and all that bullshit.
Right.
Yeah, but guys, just not to say that about the racism. This guy, Tyson, he's from Canada and he's white, and they still block him up from publish this book.
Oh, okay.
The Liver Lilith.
Yeah.
He came in. Okay, he came in and he wanted to publish the books, and a lot of the publishers, they told him no, because there is so much craziness on that book. They say there's no way. It was only one company that was able to say, okay, we do it, but they block him out.
What's the name of the book? The Liver Lilith?
Yeah.
Is it on that website you was saying about?
I posted the link here in the chat if you can access it.
Hold on. Let me check that out. The Lilith. Okay. Let me see. Let me find it. Where you posted it? I'm looking for it.
Very special edition of the Heart to Heart Taste of Love series.
The Tantric Mongoose.
Yeah. I've been following him for years and years. I've been trying to figure out how to do it, my damn son. Oh, bam. Yeah, there it is. Got it. Oh, you got it. You gave it to me. Okay, cool.
Yeah, download it. That's a good book.
I say you've been talking about this one for quite some time. A Lilith period in general.
2018.
Yeah,
so you experiment with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you experiment with the books. You
Yeah,
just don't
with it
really
all.
experiment. Yeah, I mean, I'm like, again, Travis was teaching about the magician, and guess what? I carry my magician in my pocketbooks, the alchemy here. I practice the other one, the Hicarian in here. I mean, I put them to practice, bro. It's like, yes, I do my meditations and stuff, and of course, but I get to practice my deities too, because I know it's part of me. So
Right.
if I cannot see myself Krakriti, then I'm like, then I'll figure out some other dude. Like, I don't know. Put it to practice. Something that interested your mind. So
the hardest part about it is having someone on the same when you have to include a partner with all this stuff we be getting into, that's on the same level.
Yeah.
They might go on the surface level with you, but to go deep like we want to go it's like, oh, you're going too far. That's when the religion kick in at some point, because some people kick in religion in some portion of it, but they still want to be safe on some level of it as well. Like, oh, well, that's too far. What's too far? You say you don't like it, it don't make no sense to you, so why not try this? Why not try that? It's more you in control than anything, so I mean, why not try it? So, I mean, I don't know.
And it's gonna happen, like it happens to me. How many times I've been contact this diva, man? Like many times. And last night I finally have something with her, and probably she was trying to tell me to calm down, bitch. And I'm like, I don't know, the Lord Jesus Christ is coming and all of you.
Oh,
Maybe
by the way,
she's looking at me like, calm down, bitch.
I just remembered also, if you went to the live conference, the woman was speaking there about feminine sexuality.
Man, she went in. Woo!
She was talking about staring into
the first one,
right?
the
No,
first
not
one.
the first one.
Bam! I'm like, whoa.
Oh, you talking about
Which one?
What's call wife? His
The
wife.
wound lady. The wound.
Hold on, I was talking about a set.
Drea. Yeah. Oh, Priestess, I said, yeah, she went in too.
Talking about,
man.
She was talking about the science of staring into the yoni and how it can actually heal you as a man. And she said a lot of things that were very interesting about the different types of fluids that may secrete during different types of orgasm, which also happens for males too, by the way. But I was looking into this yoni tantra last night, and it's got the actual practices of staring into the yoni for meditation purposes. So what she was talking about, that I see that this this is a very old text, by the way. And a lot of meditation specifically on staring into the yoni for healing purposes. You can't tell a Westerner that, and they expect them to take it seriously.
Wait, so I thought these people were not sexually active.
That's the thing. That's not true. They were sexually active, but the way that we think of sex is not the same way that they thought of sex. Kari also shared with us a book about Eastern sexuality, and it was very enlightening. I still have it up on my desktop. But there are so many.
Oh man, it's
like we have different practices. They've got different practices that involve sex. But here's the thing: when it comes to tantric worship, the woman embodies Shakti and the man embodies Shiva. So you're not two people having sex with each other, right? Non-attachment still applies in tantric sex. They're not racing for orgasm. They're learning to deny the desire of the body to orgasm. Because as soon as you start that roller coaster, at least for a man, it's almost inevitable. You have to get there. You can't stop it, right? You almost become mindless or animal, right? So the tantric aspect of the sex is learning to overcome that. Learning to engage in the physical activity of sex, but not be consumed by it. So it's not even about denying orgasm. It's about being in control of it. And then at the end, you're supposed to orgasm together as Shiva and as Shakti, not a dude trying to bust a nut or a woman,
So your inner feminine energy with your male energy bonding together in your inside yourself, your inner temple, like your inner.
You're removing the layers and the masks of ego. You're removing them. And what remains is Shiva Shakti. You're finding that that's always been there. We can't see it because we're too wrapped up in ego and attachment and pleasure, desire.
Well, that's interesting how they express it. I thought that they were like no active, just like a Catholic, well, almost a Catholic priest, but you know. I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Sangha not Westerners, and that's what caused the problem, because the Catholic priests or Western priests, whatever, because they deny sex, it now becomes relegated to the shadow, and now it haunts them as the devil. That's why they persecuted women, because because men became attracted to the women, but they blame the woman as being a temptress or whatever. So they're offloading their shadow, they're projecting it. In the East, they integrated that. It never became a part of the shadow. They taught their children how to have sex. Hear what I said now. I didn't say they taught their children how to have sex. Here, it's worse. Porn teaches us how to have sex. And you don't know what kind of porn your kid is going to get into.
Yeah.
Right. It's
that right.
Yeah.
This girl was telling me about the first, because her parents didn't really watch her. And she was telling me about the first porn that she saw. And I can see that it echoes in her adult behavior. Some of the desires that she has today are based on some of the first things she saw on the internet that was sexual. I think I would prefer it to have someone that I trust teach me the ins and outs. But that's the difference.
It's more open now than it were when, at least when I was growing up. It wasn't taught. It wasn't talked about. It was something that you learned on at your own pace, at your own time, however you learn.
I learned something today.
Yeah.
It was
the Yoni Tantra is pretty interesting. Staring at the as an object of worship, not as sexual lust.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to find a PDF on that one.
I actually have two of them.
Oh yeah, come on with it, Trap.
Travis is hilarious.
A brown one and a white one.
Come on with it. Post them. Oh, you got the actual books? Oh, you got the PDF? Tell me you got a PDF.
Yeah, I got the PDF.
Yeah, oh, okay. I sell those in my store.
Where you get those, Trav?
I sell all those in my store. And I sell sex toys, CBD, souls, neglected souls, everything. I sell anything. Shoes.
But there's balance, of course. These are candles, absolutely.
They're candles. Oh. No, they ain't candles. I'm selling the real deal. If you want whatever plug you want, whatever it is you desire, I got it for you.
You get those from the occult corner stores, really? Huh?
I got that.
You get them in the what do you call it? Oh my God, botanicas. If you have botanicas nearby, they have those candles too. Wait, but they have some of them that they have the female and the male together, Travis. Would that work too or no?
I make it work.
Okay. I see your point.
I think that it's all how we label stuff, right? The yoni is a yantra. It is a symbol. It's a sigil. That's why they all look the same.
Right.
Well, let me rephrase that. That's why they have a similar construct. Just like all dogs have a similar construct, all butterflies have a similar construct, all oak trees have a similar construct. There's a pattern at play. And I think every pattern can unlock a mystery if we focus on it long enough. That's what the good Swami Niranjanananda Saraswati told us. Dharana, when you focus on a symbol, become one with it, it unveils its secrets to you.
And it has its own element too, as well.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff.
Yes,
I know.
it is.
Hecatating. Excited to ride.
I always bring something on the table, am I?
Yeah.
On day one, I bring something on the table, and then
Yeah. That's the after show as usual. After show is always better. I mean, we'll add some more excitement to the original show.
Yoni science.
What Kyrie been missing in action for a couple of weeks?
I don't know. I haven't heard from him in a while.
Since he went to his little party thing he was going to. He went to a little. So he was going to a concert, a party, or something. We hadn't heard from him since then. Hopefully, all right.
He left a comment on my YouTube video not long ago. But check up on him.
Yeah. Tell him his presence is missed. Like Hecate and Laura and a couple of crew, they missing. Society, most, you know, you notice when some people ain't around.
Michael is not around.
Mm-hmm.
I used to like Michael. He was kind of cool. He used to have these kind of cool questions.
Both Michaels.
Yes.
We're pressing you to start that course up, Trap. You're too much in your head.
Yeah. I think your brother was right. I'm probably overthinking it.
Oh yeah.
Really overthinking.
I think so. Because it's I done told us. I'm pretty sure everyone else has told more people, oh man, you gotta take a shadow work class. Because man, you see people acting out in different ways, they're like, listen, you just gotta do some shadow work. Because half of that shit bother you, man, your job and people that man. Please. You do some shadow work and go to working on yourself, but working on you, and for that shit, you be like, oh well, whatever. Yeah, me and my old lady had a 3-hour conversation about reality yesterday. She's like, shit, yeah. I mean, the fan may be moving clockwise to you, may be moving counterclockwise to me, you know. You know, what angle you looking at it from, how you looking at it, you know. It's going right the right way or left going the right way. We just battling back and forth, and I'm like, oh man, that's get me prepped for class tomorrow. When I dream about saving them, we all saving something. I don't know what we were saving, but we were saving something. Maybe might have been one another. Who knows? I don't know.
Collectively on that mission.
Yeah, we all trying to save one another anyway with the information, right? You know,
Travis, by any chance you have this book?
Absolutely.
How is it?
Well, when I first tried to read it, I didn't understand it. I got a lot highlighted, but
what book is that, Hecate? Oh, except for okay. I saw that book somewhere. I might have seen it at Gator House. I don't know.
It's hard to read. I can see that.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand certain things, but Jesus, certain things I'm like, what? Didn't I have enough with Chinese medicine here? Like, okay.
It's good. It's very informative. It's coming from the angle of Kabbalah with a K. So they're really focused on the Hebrew traditional method.
Okay.
what I've noticed about reading a lot of these different books is that you have to eat the meat and spit out the bones, so to speak. And some of it is like, oh, okay, whatever. Makes sense on this point, but this point you losing me. You're going too much of this or that, depending on creating a circle or this or that. Is nah, okay, whatever. You start off saying focus on you, the mind, you control. Then you reach where you can't do it unless you have a one and a this and a that. I'm like, oh, okay, you gotta lose me at that point. But okay, I get it. Selling books too at the same time. You gotta be able to reach the masses, I guess, with some of that fluff.
Yeah. Unless you go the Swami's Niranjananda method and just get straight to the point, short and quick.
Yeah.
Swami didn't waste a sentence on fluff.
Nah, I like stuff like that. Okay, kick me, go on, kick me. You say you're gonna kick me, keep kicking me then. Okay, fuck. Don't go to talking to me, rubbing my head and my shoulders and then kick me now. Kick me if you're gonna kick me. Let's go on, get it going. No disrespect.
Yeah, unfortunately, got a thick book full of nothing but meat.
Yeah,
I can't find the bones to spit out.
she go pretty hard too. You got to read 2, 3, 4 times. Be like, okay, all right, okay. Now what? I need to look at it from this way or that way or some way. Let me come on. Am I really comprehending this correctly? She is one of my favorites. I've been often to Crowley a little lately. I've been in Crowley lately too. You been Crowley kind of go insane a little bit. Crowley be fucking like fuck him. Okay. Crowley was trying some shit.
Yeah.
He don't want to be the norm. He want to be in his own world for real. Crowley had me laughing sometime, and then like, okay, all right, well, okay, what you on now? I think what book when I was reading, the 4th or something. What's the number of the book we got with a number on it or something?
Yeah, book 4.
Book 4, yeah, something like that. Yeah, all right. Crowley funny shit.
Yeah, he really jumped into the Agori Tantra path.
Yeah. He like, I'm speaking metaphorically in my terms. Probably like, fuck it. You say I'm crazy, I'm crazy. Yep, I'm crazy as a motherfucker. Okay, what else? Yeah. He's pretty interesting. But it's good to see all these different aspects and views of this stuff. It's so damn much, man. God damn. Forever a damn child in this stuff. I say forever a child in this stuff, Trap.
Yes.
I see how you battling with putting the course together. Like, damn, man, I don't want to leave nobody. I don't want to go too. I get what you're trying to do is you don't want to go too deep for the amateurs, but at the same time, you got to just go. You just got to go. Because you're gonna have some people in there that's already on a certain level anyway. We all probably coming behind you, whatever you do.
I really think he should put us to work at this point. And you know me and Sagittarius, time to work, man. 2 a.m. in the morning, I'm still working, bro. You know, he has so many of us behind him, you know what I mean? It's like, hey, I can probably dig it in with some history in here, you know, some history classes and some nice magicians. You know, I love that. energy body acupuncture, most likely the paths of acupuncture. I'm like, I can help him out in that one. Even in the practical magic, bro, like something. You have to put yourself a team if you want to speed up the system. You're gonna have to open a school of because I see in other people up there. Funny enough, I follow Travis. I'm sorry, Travis. I'm cheating on you. Okay, I'm following other dudes up there. You know, I following this Jewish dude with the Kabbalah, but he actually practiced the other Kabbalah with the K. And then I follow another chick, man. I'm lesbian apparently because I follow this PhD chick too, right? And I follow another dude who also is a PhD guy, and he goes into textbooks, right? Like histories and stuff. And do you know that he charged, and I was going to pay him $2,000 for the course. Okay.
Oh, man.
I like the fact that he had a PhD because, as you can see behind me, I'm all about books, right? So the reason I did not pay him the money was because he's Jewish, and I respect that, and as part of the culture, I get that. But he doesn't practice magic.
Oh, no. Wrong answer.
So I was like, and somebody asked him while he was alive, and I mean, like, you know, in the Zoom thing, and a person asked him, did you practice magic? Because he's talking about necromancy, he's talking about hermetic principles, he's teaching about thought. Yeah, I mean, I automatically thought, you know, that, you know, he knows his stuff. So he's like Travis, he knows his shit, right? So to me, quality is important. So then he say, no, you know, I don't practice magic because of religion purposes.
Oh.
So I was like, okay, so now I see you charge $2,000 for me to want to learn something that you don't practice. So I was like, all right. So I still learning from him, but not as much as I would learn, like, you know, for an actually magician. So then the PhD lady came along. He introduced this woman who actually does practice magic, and she has a PhD, but she does tend to use similar psychology into it. So she uses history in the perspective of the books, and not precisely on the actually practitioner. I mean, she does a few stuff here and there, but she explained more about books, because that's what we talk about with the PhD. We talk about books, you know, like we're talking about theories based on book connection and not precisely into your practice. So in her area is, yes, she teaches about the books, and she also teaches a few stuff here and there on her magical experience, but not precisely on the actually person that's writing the books. So that biography is necessary if you want to have an academics. Academics is biography. You cannot have it without biography. You can talk a lot of shit, but if you have no biography or where these backgrounds are coming from, then it has no value. Yes, I know. You don't want to get just lost in the books, and that's true. That's true. But instead of you not getting lost in the books, you want to get practice from the books.
Right.
That's exactly what I've been doing with the magician.
So you need to teach them some stuff eventually. Once you feel comfortable and confident, you need to go to them with a plan to make some money.
But I would do behind Travis. I would not go and stepping out on his talks, because most of the books that I have are coming from him.
Yeah.
So, you know, you gotta give the credit to the person that initiated you. So
yeah. Okay. And eventually, you're gonna have to be the financial advisor. Trav won't charge $50 for you.
My courses will not be $50, honey. My courses would be like 800 and about, but I will make
That,
sure you get PDFs, you get PowerPoints, you get exams. I'm a teacher, so I know how to make a living with teaching.
I heard that.
Yeah.
You know, you're gonna have to be his advisor then, you know.
That you
Make
will
it
have
interesting.
exams. You will have exams. I've been telling that to Travis maybe a few times. I told Travis, you should test your students to see how much they know. Because sometimes as a teacher, we feel that we talk a lot and we don't know how you are progressing in your studies. You know what I mean? You can say everything you want, but are you really advancing, or are you really learning? Or are you just wasting your time? That's what I tell my students, you know, like, if you're wasting your time, just pick up your phone and go back to the room number 4 and just stay there and don't waste the time for the other students that they actually want to be here and learning.
So the thing about it is, what makes Trav so good is that he know how to reach every genre of person, you know, any kind of person. He can reach them on the simplest level to the most intellectual level. That's what makes him so good at this stuff over a lot of different people. Like, you know how to make it basic no matter what. No matter how complex it is, he can simplify it.
Yes, that's his gift. Too many complicated stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, he can make it sound simple as hell. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, because you hear Maestro shut down the night and was like, well, that'd be too complex. Trav probably would have just kept rolling with it and explained it in a way where it was simplified for anybody, no matter who it was, can understand where it was coming from. Yeah. Maestro, just think about all them kids, Maestro, them young kids, man. Man, they gonna be get 40s and 50s, man. Them cats gonna be dangerous as hell.
Right.
And him and Kyrie, man, them cats gonna be dangerous, bro.
Right.
And they seem to have humility with it as well, though. I don't know personally like that, but they seem to be humble as hell about it. Yeah, they gonna be super dangerous. And I'm like, damn, if I was doing on this level in my 20s, bro, man, be like Billy Carson, them 19 Keys, and all them cats who spreading the news and spreading the word, rich as hell, and all them cats rich as hell. Looking at, you ever check 19 Keys out, Trap?
I've seen him here and there. I don't like really follow him.
Yeah, I mean, even though he a Muslim, but he still be speaking on the same tone, the same level, though. You know, he speak. I mean, he don't talk religious. However, he do, and they be more on trying to save the community and the world and all that bullshit. Whatever. He's saying some okay stuff. And that matter of fact, why I brought him up was they was talking about the ego, and they was all speaking on different definitions of the ego. And I'm like, okay. Now, not one of them said they working on containing and ridding the ego. Not one time. So I was taking note of that as well, which is fucking a lifetime of work to rid the ego. You know, everything is ego, right?
Yes, ego is the temple that we are constructing. It's either a prison or a temple.
Yeah. Ego is ooh. And matter of fact, a couple of Muslim cats I speak to, I'm like, you know, Muslim and Israelite cats that I know, they be like, oh, this our shit. I'm like, man, fuck identifying who did what all this, that shit don't make no sense. It don't even matter, to be honest with you. It don't matter. So what?
Yeah.
It don't benefit you none today. Saying it mean what? I get you saying you're trying to build people brain up to make them believe. Well, how about going at a different way and just tell them, man, hey, you can be a Bezos, you can be a Buffett, you can be those people as well. Just put the work in and believe in you. Not necessarily to attain what they want to attain, because everyone wants something different in life. And all can pick a number out, it won't be the same. We want 10 million, 2 million, 1 million. Everybody wants something different, no matter what. You just want to be happy. Some people just want peace.
Right. I think we all do to a degree. You know, it's just that we each see peace in a different way. But at the root, that's what we all want.
Mm-hmm. I had remote, man. I would. My old lady asked me, she's like, I know you want a woman that with a lot of money. I'm like, baby, please. Get some money. I'm cool with it. I mean, but I want peace. I'm cool with the fact that we don't argue. We can be two adults that have a conversation and don't agree on nothing in the conversation, not one damn thing. But it's not an argument. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay? That's where you stand, it's where I stand, and okay, cool. Ready, break. We good. There ain't no arguing, no motherfucker. Nah, I don't even It's child's play. I can take that over a motherfucking headache with some money any day. A woman that's more egotistical than a man with some money.
Man.
I know. Yes, no. I'm a what they call themselves? Independent woman. Oh yeah. Egotistical shit, man. Okay.
Given to them by the culture, of course. By the hive mind.
I have mine too. My theory about that one is well. It's done, and I mean, don't get me wrong. I love to empower women in general because the universe don't exist without a woman. Period. First and foremost. However, it doesn't have to be done in a egotistical manner, though. I see some women treat men like crap, and vice versa. You know, I get it. You know, but it can be balanced amongst it all. And it's all based on this monetary society, this image of this fictitious ass money. I've been wanting to get in touch with yourself. That's what I've been wanting to get in touch with, because that's one of my studies too, being a private citizen.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I'm like a couple steps in. I done it, but man, yeah, you gotta know your shit. Then you can't, man. There's a lot of reading, a lot of research. Matter of fact, I may need to post one of them books up in there. One of these. I don't know if you're interested in the UCC. You might not even give a shit about that on Trap.
I don't know too much about it.
Yeah. How yourself to, be buying land and using his instrument to make his moves and all that. That's why I want to speak to him on a personal level to see exactly how far he go with playing on the private side, because you can't play on the private and the public side. We all on the public side, of course, but the private side is like one of my buddies that's on the private side. That one buy 30 to 40 properties a month, every month. He owns shit in Africa, all over the damn place. He just, oh man, I don't even understand. He's in damn the 70. You don't even see why he's still acquiring shit. But hey, that's his thing. Like, you gonna leave you leaving it to your children that don't even understand what the hell you done. fuck it all up. For what? I mean, that's a very interesting study as well. But so I guess that's magic too as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a balance on learning 50 million different topics. I need a duplicate of myself.
Wish I had a duplicate.
Yeah, I swear. We be studying 2 topics a piece at a time. No, you wish you had one, Trap, because you dangerous alone. You had another you, man. Oh my God. Man, just go and push that damn thing out this after Tuesday. Just go and push out the date, man. Says it's gonna start Thursday, Friday, whatever day you're gonna pick. What day you gonna choose to do the?
Well, that's what I was thinking about just recently. If I should combine it with Thursdays, or if I should have a different day for it, maybe just go on for like an hour or so.
I mean, I don't know. You make me taking suggestions, maybe not. Combine it with Thursday. That way you'll have your team assembled to convey some of the stuff you conveying, you know?
Yeah.
Like we do now, you know. Matter of fact, Maestro took over the whole first hour or two. I mean, which is cool, you know what I mean? Like, you know, to elaborate on some things when you still focusing on something else. You know, I don't know. Like, this is a suggestion. Hecate, Laura. I mean, you got a whole your girl that's on now. What's her name? Hold on, let me see who's still on here. Your girl with the glasses on. What's her name?
Sunshine or spirituality? Which one?
Melissa.
Oh, Melissa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, she gone. She is. She's still on here. Yeah, your girl. She, you know, your people. A lot of people. Gator got hop in. I mean, you got some people that are chime in when you eating in your mode. You don't crack it open, bro. We all been waiting on it. You gonna wait till the next shift before you start it?
Yeah, it's the first of the month.
First of the month, you got your period. You got your period, Travis. It's the first of the month. That's what when we say women, we say first of the month.
Some of y'all don't have those no more.
All right.
How old are you, Hecate? They say it's rude to ask one, but I think all that's bullshit.
I'm 43.
Oh, okay. You younger than what? You young, man.
Yeah, dude, I'm 43. I'm my little princess. I'm a diva. You know.
Diva.
I am a diva.
Diva.
Yeah.
Okay. The trap trying to rush us off now. Okay. I hear it. He getting tired of our ass now.
No. But I do think
you think it's time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Time.
Love, peace, and hair grease.
We'll see you mañana, man. We'll see you mañana. With the golden book.
Tomorrow,
I still don't know what the golden book is, but I'm sure I will look for it tomorrow.
Book. 8 o'clock. We'll be in
What book we studying tomorrow?
The gold book, which is Richard Bandler's Guide to Transformation.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Transformation. You see, I might have it. I'm gonna look it up. Okay.
All right. I
All
appreciate
right,
y'all.
Javi.
Appreciate you too, my brother. Every
Appreciate
time,
you,
all the
bro.
time.
Thanks,
Peace,
man.
peace,
That was
peace.
cool. That was cool.
Peace. Y'all have a good night.
Peace with the
Peace,
Yoni,
tribe.
chicos. Good night.
Oh, God.
The Yoni books.
Yoni.
That's hilarious.
I love you guys, man. Y'all take care.
Bye.
Have a good night, everybody. Enjoy the lasagna. It's my favorite.